We're live on YouTube, Mr. Mayor, so the public are able to see the minute taker screen and they're able to see the person who's speaking.
Thanks for that, Cass. Okay, I will open this evening's Ordinary Council meeting, 27th of April 2021. It's just gone 28 minutes to 7. Nala, City of Bayswater, Carter Jim, Balapa, Nunga Borja, Barajin, Wajak Mord, Nunga Mord, Bordias Kura Kura, Bordias Yeye, Bordias Bordawanwa. I acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we're meeting this evening, the Wajak people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to the elders past, present and emerging. Item 3, announcements. As we know, on the weekend, on Sunday, it was Anzac Day, an Anzac Day that was unusual given the lockdown, but it is important, and I believe everyone sees the importance of taking time to reflect and say thank you to those servicemen and women who have made sacrifices to protect our freedom and make our lives better. And I say thank you. I would now like to take a minute's silence in remembrance of those servicemen and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice for us. Lest we forget.
Lest we forget.
I haven't a second announcement, but Councillor Peterson picked up a quick question.
Yes, apologies, Mayor. I just wanted to mention that I've just checked YouTube and I can't see us there. So I just wanted to, because we had the officers saying that we are already live and I can't see anyone.
Okay.
So I just wanted to let you know.
Thank you. We'll just take a moment to allow the troubleshooting.
Yeah, we've just checked, so it is on the city's YouTube account. It may just be that it's generated a different link, but we will get that updated. But if you look on YouTube on the City of Bayswater, there is a live video and there's 7 people watching at the moment.
So how would people that received the previous link know about the new link?
I'm just going to arrange for some comms to go up just to replace that link.
Mine says 16 waiting.
The link's just getting updated now on the city's Facebook page. There's now 10 people watching, so it won't be very long.
Can I just suggest, I see that there are 19 people waiting now at the previous link, and people are asking what's happening. Can the city perhaps respond to them and give them the updated link? I can also do it, but I don't have the updated link, so I can't respond.
Mr. Mayor, they're currently updating the link at the moment. They'll provide the advice as soon as they've got it up and running again. You need to keep going with the meeting at this stage, and then as I say, as soon as that link's up, media and comms will advise everybody.
Just to the CEO, do we have an ETA of when that will happen, or is it best to adjourn for 10 minutes? Or?
They're updating it at the moment, so it should be just about ready to go, but we don't have a time at this point.
Okay, I might adjourn the meeting for 10 minutes, councillors, and just the CEO, we need a resolution for that.
Just for clarity, we better, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, will someone move to adjourn for 10 minutes? Thank you, Councillor Gray. Do I have a seconder to adjourn for 10 minutes? Thank you, Councillor Palmer. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor, please keep your hands up. That's Councillor Gray, Councillor Palmer, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Ostaszewski, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Peterson, picking myself. Those against, Councillor Earhart and Councillor Sutherland. We will adjourn for 10 minutes to allow for this tech to be fixed and reconvene at 6:51, 9 minutes to 7.
Mr. Mayor, I'll have to keep the live stream going because otherwise the link will change again. So if councillors could just please mute their microphones or turn their video off, and then in that time we should be able to get it fixed.
Okay, I have just been advised that it is all working now and that various communications have been undertaken as well, so people are aware of the new link. So we will, if councillors can return, I think most have, I'll reconvene the meeting at 9 minutes to 7. Thanks, Councillor Peterson-Pick, for that heads up on that as well, by the way. Okay, we're at item 3, announcements. Second announcement. I just want to briefly thank everyone at City Bayswater and also our local community for the way in which they responded to the snap lockdown of the last 3 days. As with previous lockdowns, our community had banded together, looked out for each other and made sure that everyone was supported. So I really thank our local community again for doing the right thing. I'd also like to thank our CEO, leadership team, managers and staff for their response in responding as well. I know they were under significant time pressures to implement state government directives and do what was needed to keep our community safe. So thank you to all of those people as well. And finally, I just want to thank the councillors too. The support that I received from you during these times is second to none, and I really, really appreciate it. So thank you as well. Item 4, attendance. All councillors are in attendance and officers are there. I don't think there are any apologies. I'll just double check with the CEO.
No, there's none, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for that. We'll now move to firstly, observers. So just note that given the restrictions, we are obviously conducting this meeting via electronic means and also streaming onto YouTube in order for the public to be able to observe the meeting. So we now move to leaves of absence, and if there are any councillors who wish to apply for leave, please raise your hand. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to apply for leave from the 28th of June to the 11th of July.
28th June to 11 July. Thank you. Others? I think Councillor Sutherland, please.
Sorry, guys, it was going a bit weird. I want to have the 27th of May to the 30th of May inclusive. I'll be away. I have sent on to, I think, Cassandra or Andrew earlier. So,
thank you for that. Councillor Earhart.
Yes, from May the 4th to May the 25th inclusive. And I just also want to mention, Mr. Mayor, as you're aware, I injured my back today, so I'm trying to hang in on the meeting, but if I have to leave at any point, it's pain related.
Thank you for letting me know. Hopefully you're okay. Any other applications for leave? No others. I'll ask if someone will move to accept them. Councillor Peterson-Pick moving, Deputy Mayor seconding. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Item 5, disclosures of interest. If councillors have an interest to disclose, if you could raise your hands and we'll go through that now. Yes, Councillor McKenna.
Okay, I've got it now. I have a financial interest in item 10.2.3, which is the investment report for the period ending 31st of March 2021. That's money has been invested in Bendigo Bank in Bayswater, and I'm chairman of Bayswater Financial Community Services, which owns Bendigo Bank in Bayswater. And I'll be switching off or be asked the minute taker just to blank me out so I know when to come when it's over.
Thank you.
I also have a financial interest in item 10.2.6, which is the rates exemption investigation, Bayswater Town Centre. I'm chairman of Bayswater Community Financial Services, and we own 83 Watley Crescent in Bayswater, which is currently leased out. And of course, we lease the Bayswater Post Office, which is in King William Street. Again, I'll be asking the minute taker to blank me out and put me back on when the item has been discussed and voted on. Thank you. Financial.
Thank you, Councillor McKenna. Any other interests, councillors? Yes, Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have an impartiality interest on item 10.3.2, the Watton Reserve Skate Park relocation. I'm a member of the Morley Wimbles Sports Club. It's an impartial interest, and I'll stay in the room to vote on this item. Also, for item 10.3.3, Irvine Street Verge Bollards, I know the owner of this property. This is an impartial interest for me, and I will be staying in the room to vote on this one as well.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Earhart.
Yeah, item 10.3.3, which is the Irvine Street Bollards, an impartial interest. I know the applicant. I'm friends with his ex-girlfriend.
And you'll stay in the meeting?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, item 10.3.2, Watton Reserve Skate Park. I'm a member of the skate committees, and also I know some of the members of the Morley Windmills Soccer Club and Sports Club. Impartial.
And you'll stay in the meeting?
Yeah, I'll stay. It's impartial.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. 10.6.1.2, Bayswater Ways operating performance, 31st of March. Although we're noting not making a decision on it, my daughter is an employee, so I'll have to, at the swim school at Bayswater Waves, I'll declare a financial interest on that one.
Financial, and you'll leave the meeting?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Palmer?
Yes, just as I'm a skateboard committee member of the city's advisory committee for the skateboard, so it's impartial, and I'll be staying in the room. Thank you.
This is in item 10.3.2.
Yep, thank you.
Councillor Earhart?
Item 10.3.2, which is the Watton Reserve Skate Park relocation feasibility. I'm a member of the Skate and Bike Development and Advisory Group for the city, and it's an impartial interest. I'll be staying in the room.
Thank you. Councillor McKenna?
Same again, Mr. Mayor. I'm a member of that particular committee for item 10.3.2, impartial, and I'll be voting.
Yes, thank you for that. Councillor Ostaszewski?
Thank you. Same for me on 10.3.2, Watton Reserve Skate Park relocation feasibility. I am also a member of the Skate Park Advisory Committee, impartial, and I'll stay in the meeting on that one.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other interests, councillors? I just have one on item 10.2.5, annual meeting of electors. In relation to motion 2, I am a vice patron of the Bayswater Morley Cricket Club as the mayor. It's an impartial interest, and I'll stay in the meeting for that one. So no other interests. We'll continue. Sorry, yes, CEO.
Sorry. Councillor Clark, you go first.
All yours, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 14.1.1.1, which is the divestment of aged care, an impartiality interest. My son-in-law works for one of the tenderers. I will leave the meeting for that item.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Yes, Mr Mayor, sorry. Also, similarly, the Bayswater Cricket Club, I attend their annual dinners, and one of the members of the management committee is a family friend of ours, so an impartiality interest, and I'll stay in the room.
This is on item 10.2.5, annual general meeting of electors. Yep, okay. That's it for interests. Thanks, everyone. We'll now move to item 6, public question time. And councillors, we have received a number of questions in writing, which have been addressed, and I will proceed to read them out as provided to me. It's around 11 pages, so it'll just take a few moments. So first question is from Mr. Stuart Percival, 77 6th Avenue, Maylands. This is in relation to item 10.3.1, Black Spot Project, 6th Avenue and Coode Street intersection. At the 20 April 2021 Agenda Briefing Forum meeting, in response to Councillor Ellie Peterson-Pick's question about why a raised plateau technique used at the intersection of Coode Street and 7th Avenue wasn't suggested for the intersection at 6th and Coode Street, the City stated that different treatments would provide different cost-benefit ratios, and that high cost-benefit ratios are required under the Black Spot program. Question 1, given that 6 of the 8 residents who submitted their feedback to the City indicated that they felt that the proposed works are unnecessarily intrusive, can the Council clarify whether its focus is on finding a best fit, common sense, minimal impact treatment, or whether it is only seeking treatments that will successfully attract external funding? Response, the City's focus is to apply a cost-effective treatment that will result in crash reductions. The proposed treatment provides the greatest reduction in crash numbers and crash type without any necessary land acquisition compared with other treatments such as a roundabout. Question 2, in its response to Councillor Peterson-Pick, the City indicated that different treatments have different cost-benefit ratios. Will the Council please advise which specific treatments were actually assessed by the City, what the cost-benefit ratios were for each treatment, and whether documentation supporting this assessment is available? Response, treatments that were considered included a roundabout, splitter islands, staggered intersection plateaus, and channelization, turning pockets. The benefit cost ratio, BCR, for the current proposed treatment was 2.38. In comparison with the intersection plateau treatment, it was found that although it had the same effect on reducing the number of right angle crashes, the intersection plateau treatment created a potential increase in rear end crashes. This will in turn lower the BCR value due to the increase in other crash types. Question 3, the Acting Director Works and Infrastructure has provided 2019 crash data to Council since the 20 April 2021 Agenda Briefing Forum. The data confirms that no crashes were reported in 2019. Given that no crashes occurred during 2018 and now also 2019, why is it that the City is insisting on a treatment that resolves a now non-existent issue but negatively impacts residents and those accessing Shern Park? Has this data confirmed the residents' understanding that the raising of the stop sign at 6th Avenue has resolved the issue? Will Council commit to abandoning this unnecessary project and genuinely consult with residents to find a solution to more current traffic flow concerns? Response, as stated in the report, the intersection met the Black Spot program crash criteria. The decision on whether the project is to proceed will be put forward for Council to make at tonight's ordinary Council meeting. Even though no crashes have taken place during 2018 and 2019, the intersection currently still meet the Black Spot crash criteria and will remain a black spot until such time as the number of crashes no longer meets the criteria. Next series of questions is from Mr. Justin Hunt, justin@jhm.com.au. Item 10.3.1, Black Spot Project, 6th Avenue and Coode Street intersection. Question 1, what is council's process for advising residents when they're living at a black spot? Response, there is no process. Question 2, what are council's obligations in regard to informing and consulting with local residents when council is applying for black spot funding, and is this in accordance with relevant state and federal black spot funding guidelines? Response, similar to any proposed roadworks, the city generally undertakes consultation with residents upon design completion prior to commencement of construction. The city does not generally undertake consultation during application for funding, whether it be Roads to Recovery, Metropolitan Regional Roads Program, or Black Spot programs. Question 3, in regards to 6th and Coode, what date was black spot funding first applied for, and is this document available for public viewing? Response, the date of submission was 12 July 2019. Although the document does not entail any confidential information, the city is unable to release this document as it contains information that belongs to Main Roads WA. Access to such information such as detailed accident information are password protected for the city's access only. Notwithstanding this, an application can be made to the city under the Freedom of Information FOI process, or an application can be made directly to Main Roads WA. Next question, next series of questions from Mr. Harry Bazidis, 21 Parkinson Street, Naranda. Item 10.3.2, Watton Reserve Skate Relocation Feasibility. I'd like to declare that I have no link to any resident living near Broome Park, no person connected to the skateboarding or BMX community, nor any member of the Morley Windmill Soccer Club. With respect to all parties, I would like to ask these questions. Question 1, I note that there was a common thread throughout the comments in the survey regarding overloading the existing parking facility at Watton Reserve. Is there concern that there is not enough parking at Watton Reserve for both soccer club and skate park users? With soccer training times between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. weekdays and Friday night matches between 6 p.m. and 10:30 p.m, I take it that it is anticipated that skaters will also be using the facility and car park at the same time. Would it be fair to then expect the same usage well into the evening in front of homes at Broome Park residents who would live a mere 50 metres away? Additional relevant information, training Tuesdays, Wednesdays and Thursday evenings from approximately 4 p.m. to 9 p.m, matches Friday evening 6 to 10:30 p.m, Saturday and Sunday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m, depending on fixtures. Response, there has been concern expressed from clubs and users of Watton Reserve that should the skate and BMX facility be relocated within Watton Reserve, there will not be sufficient parking available for all on site. All city investigations indicate a potential increase in parking provision on site. Evening soccer usage at Watton Reserve is made possible by the provision of floodlighting. There is currently no floodlighting at the existing Watton Skate Park, and it is yet to be determined whether floodlighting would be provided at any new facility. It could be assumed that floodlighting for a new facility would be a user expectation. However, the detailed facility design is yet to be determined. Should lighting be provided at the new facility, usage times would be determined and controlled by timing mechanisms controlling the provision of lighting. Question 2, how did you build a 2.5 million sporting facility? How do you build a 2.5 million sporting facility on a passive reserve without altering it to an active sporting reserve? It seems that this has been sugar-coated to hide the fact that it cannot possibly remain in a passive park. Who are we trying to kid? Additional relevant information, results, quantitative analysis, page 291, Watton survey. A total of 249 submissions were received during the survey period when the survey was available online through the Cities Engage Bayswater website in hard copy at 2 pop-up information sessions, city libraries and the Civic Centre. The survey asked participants if they support the relocation of the skate park within Watton Reserve. Of the 249 total submissions, 206 selected no and 41 selected yes, when 2 submissions didn't complete the question, 80% against Watton Reserve, 20% for. Page 287, February 2021 community letters received. It should also be noted that during relocation considerations conducted in February 2021, an additional 92 letters were received by the city from the community in relation to potential skate and BMX facility relocation to Broome Park. Of the 92 letters received, 19 supported Broome Park as a location and 73 were against, 74% against Broome Park 26-4. Progressing Watton Reserve as a site for skate and BMX facility relocation is not aligned to the broader community feedback from the engagement recently conducted, page 288. Response: sporting reserves across the city provide sporting space for use, generally by organised community clubs as part of a formal sporting league or competition. The use of such sporting space is generally exclusive to a particular club at a specified time through a formal booking / hire arrangement with the city. Skate, BMX and other informal recreation spaces such as basketball hoops, community exercise equipment, community tennis courts and play spaces are generally not formally booked and are used as and when required by the broader community. On that basis, should a skate and BMX facility progress at Broome Park, the park would remain a passive reserve. Question 3. Was any consideration given to the residency status of the survey participants? In other words, what percentage were Bayswater residents? Despite the broader community always outnumbering any local community, is it fair to impose such a drastic change of lifestyle on a relatively small number of residents by a majority who would never be affected by the intrusion? Response: consideration was given, however, it was determined not to be a valid informing indicator. The engagement outcome report, provided as an attachment to the Watton Reserve Skate Park feasibility report, advises that 249 engagement submissions were received, of which 127 respondents identify as City of Bayswater ratepayer, 130 identify as a city resident, 110 identify as living near Watton Reserve, 60 identify as users of the skate park or dirt jumps. The provision of a name and or address was not compulsory. However, respondents were able to select multiple options to identify whether they were a ratepayer, a resident living near Watton Reserve, or a user of the skate BMX facility. It would therefore not be accurate to provide a percentage figure for residents versus non-residents. Next question comes from Mr. Joe Italiano, 8 Union Street, Bayswater. Item 10.3.2, Watton Reserve Skate Relocation Feasibility. Question 1, only one question. Regarding the relocation of the skate park, it would be absurd to take away part of the Morley Windmills parking area to accommodate the skate park. Where are the users of the club going to park with a reduced parking area? Response: the city's investigation shows that in all options considered relating to potential relocation of skate and BMX facilities within the Watton Reserve, there is an opportunity to increase, not decrease, the provision of parking bays on site. Next series of questions come from Linda Slater, 20 Burnside Street, Bayswater. It's in relation to item 10.3.2, Watton Reserve Skate Relocation Facility. As a ratepayer and a member of the Neolandia Club, my family have been for many years. I was looking forward to the club being relocated to the Bayswater Windmills Club, along with the future NPL plans touted, also being able to support a Windmills NPL team would have contributed to a bright future with a huge nod or respect for Dutch heritage in Bayswater. When my parents were alive, not yet 3 years past, we would drive to Neolandia Club at both its recent locations. If you think that a future local railway station for transport is the answer at Watton Park, you are wrong. I hope that you have not lost respect for the seniors in your community. In all that I've read about this issue, there only been the removal of car parking bays mentioned and nothing that gives me hope that the car parking requirements for either club, Windmills or Neolandia, will be maintained if not improved. Question 1, have you published any solutions to the issue of club car parking requirements? If so, can I please be given a copy? Response, 5 layout options are presented in item 10.3.2 of the agenda for this evening's ordinary council meeting, each identifying a potential increase in car parking provision at Watton Reserve. Move to the next question. My reading in local media saw 2 recent contributions by the City of Bayswater using ratepayer funds. Solar panels as part of the city's $5.09 million local economic and social stimulus package. And there's a link to a Facebook post. Second dot point, the Windmills kitchen upgrade, which we all knew would support the relocation of the Neolandia Club to Bayswater. Question 2, After contributing ratepayers' money to support the windmills and the incoming relocation of the Neolandia Club, why is it that council now appears to be stifling that arrangement by not resolving the lack of club car parking if the skate park were to be located within the car park at Watton? Response. The provision of parking is one of many elements to consider in council determining where future skate and BMX facilities are to be provided. Question 3, would it not be better to consider that the car parking requirements of the clubs and skate parking Would it not be better to consider that the car parking requirements of the clubs and skate parking be fully resolved and agreed to before making the decision to either Broome or Watton Parks? Response: the provision of parking is one of the many elements to consider in council determining where future skate and BMX facilities are to be provided. Next series of questions from Mr. Andrew Watt, 5 Grafton Road, Bayswater. It's in relation to item 10.3.2, Watton Reserve skate relocation feasibility. In relation to the Bayswater Skate Park, the city appointed a committee to undertake a thorough investigation of the most viable option for the future location of the skate park using research and objective assessment. The committee and the city engaged widely with the community and sought input from those with expertise in planning and skate park design. The clear determination and overwhelming support was for Broome Park. At odds with the outcomes of the objective assessment and engagement process, the city then decided at ratepayers' expense to revisit an option to investigate the car park at Watton Reserve, which had rightly been removed previously by council due to its unsuitability. In doing this, no proper rationale was given for the decision. Following this, the city undertook further engagement regarding this inferior option of the Watton Reserve car park, with yet another clear determination being found in that Broome Park was the most appropriate option, both from the community engagement finding and now from the subsequent officer's recommendation. While I recognise that community engagement is one factor amongst many to consider in a decision, it is clear that all criteria indicate that Watton Reserve is the least suitable and Broome the most suitable. Question 1. Will the council now recognise that just because a reduced skate park can fit on Watton Reserve car park, that it does not make it the best location and is in fact the least appropriate option? Response: council will consider all relevant factors in determining the best location for skate and BMX facilities within the city. Question 2. With it being council's responsibility to identify the most optimal location to generate the greatest benefit to the community, which is clearly Broome Park, will council now formally respect the findings of their own assessment and engagement process to approve Broome Reserve as the future location of the skate park and stop delaying the relocation process? Response: the matter of skate park relocation is an item on the agenda for consideration of council this evening. The information contained within the report, item 10.3.2, will assist council in making their decision. Next question is from Sean Gartland, Sean8711@hotmail.com. Item 10.3.2, Watton Reserve skate relocation feasibility. I am the Vice President of the Morley Windmill Soccer Club. Question: the city has been aware of Morley Windmill Soccer Club long-term plans for an NPL level side to be based at Watton Reserve. Is council satisfied that all Watton Reserve locations will allow full compliance to NPL requirements for field and supporting infrastructure and not downgrade the facility for future growth and expansion resulting from investments such as Metronet and associated changes from the future station precinct plans? Response: there are 5 spatial layout options presented in item 10.3.2 of this evening's agenda. Option 1 being Watton South shows that the provision of skate and BMX facilities to the south of Watton Reserve is possible. However, there would likely be insufficient space between the skate and soccer facilities, and that this option would likely not conform to league requirements, both current State League Division 2 or any future National Premier League requirements. All other options presented, 2 to 5, could be designed in such a way so as to not impact soccer operations within the playing field area, including any future National Premier League requirements should that level of play be achieved. Next series of questions from Mr. John Doles, John_Doles@optusnet.com.au. in relation to item 10.3.2, Watton Reserve Skate Relocation Feasibility. I'm the representative / secretary of Windmills Club Inc. First question. Given only one location, Watton Reserve has had, albeit only spatial report by Urbis, can the City and Council confirm on public record that due process has been completed, sufficient to select the final location of the Bayswater Skate Park, a soon-to-be 2.5 million community asset? Response. Investigation has been conducted on a number of sites across the city with all information provided to Council and all previous reports containing relevant information referenced in order to assist Council in their decision making. Question 2. With the imminent arrival of a new train station in Morley and the subsequent station precinct master plan draft being advertised for public comment tomorrow, 28th of April, the first time the public have seen it, is it not imperative that a deferral on the skate park relocation is enacted to fully consider the impacts the master plan and the skate park relocation have? Response. The Station Precinct Master Plan is a broad strategic document mapping options over a wider area than just Watton Reserve and over a fairly significant time frame of potentially 10 plus years. The document is not envisaged to significantly impact operations within Watton Reserve. However, Council may wish to consider this evening whether a deferral is advantageous. Question 3. Is the City and Council aware of the original agreement for the establishment of the Morley Wimble Sports Club that was opened on the 1st of August 1975 by the Dutch community? Just in case they aren't, I'll clarify. The City provided the land to the Dutch, originally on a peppercorn lease, who funded and constructed the sports club building, whereas the City's agreement was to provide and construct the adjoining car park to support Morley Windmills as a facility. Response. Information noted. Thank you. Next series of questions is from Josh Everson. Item 10.3.2, Watton Reserve Skate Relocation Feasibility. It is clear there is a lot of passion, emotion and concern regarding the Bayswater Skate Park relocation, reduced focus on strategic decision making. Question 1. Would Council take a moment to consider the events of the last few weeks with angst in the community from unclear decision making and direction, upset and vulnerable feeling councillors and valid concern about due process? The community is being divided on this issue, which presents an opportunity for Council to refocus on more positive and engaging path forward. And response noted. Question 2, would Council consider reconnecting the community with visualisations and detailed designs by progressing the highly ranked location options of Broome Park and Watton Reserve to a detailed site and design review phase that would allow a fair and transparent side-by-side comparison, an opportunity to engage the community with visualisations to ensure we have the best possible community-focused decision? Response. Council will consider a range of options in relation to all information provided to date and or future information that may be requested in order to make a determination on the location of future skate and BMX facilities within the city. Next series of questions from John Castrilli, President, Morley Sports Club. I think that's Morley Windmill Sports Club. John at graffitiforce.com.au. Item 10.3.2, Watton Reserve Skate Relocation Feasibility. Question 1. Has the City reviewed its legal position in regard to Clause 3 of its obligation to not impact the general operations of the club noted in the lease for the Morley Windmill Sports Club located at Watton Reserve? Response. Any lease implications have been duly considered. Question 2. Is Council and the City aware and have given due consideration pending the skate park relocation to the replacement cost and annual compensation value of the 2 signs located on the corner of Ebleton and Broome Ave that provide significant revenue for Morley Windmills clubs? Response. The City is not aware of incomes currently being generated by the signage and any implications in relation to obligations attributed to such signage and current agreement would be considered as part of any future detailed design. Question 3. Is Council aware of the approximate 580 members that are currently on hold pending the outcome of the Bayswater Skate Park relocation decision? This hold has frozen our club's planned growth targets. The financial impact, let alone the social impact to our club, is devastating. Can this impact be duly noted? Response: information provided by the club is noted. Next question is from Mr. Daniel Ondrakic, item 10.3.2, Watton Reserve Skate relocation feasibility. It is clear that the city is in governance. It is clear that the city, in its governance and decision-making processes, would on all occasions seek to avoid any apprehended bias. The test for apprehended bias is whether a fair-minded lay observer might reasonably apprehend that the decision maker might not bring an impartial mind to the resolution of the question to be decided. Given this, there are a number of instances on public record below where elected members have made their views or perceptions clear regarding the skate park location issue. A, Councillor Gray's emotional recount at Council's February meeting regarding alleged threats to both herself and her family by parties unknown or identified by the councillor. A point of order was called by a fellow councillor. This was also reported in the local newspaper. B, the statement reportedly made by Councillor Palmer at the 15 March 2021 SABDAC meeting, where she was witnessed by multiple attendees to state, "I'll never vote for Broome Park in the new location." C, Councillor Peterson-Pick's presentation of a single email from an upset long-term resident and ratepayer at the 20th April 2021 briefing meeting. Question: with this in mind, will the elected members aforementioned who have expressed definitive views remove themselves from deliberations so as to avoid any possibility of apprehended bias? Response: as I've said on previous occasions, I'm confident councillors take their obligations around conflicts of interest very seriously, and it is for each councillor to make an assessment in relation to their disclosure requirements. And last question from Mr. Joe Italiano, 8 Union Street, Bayswater. And the question, so this is, okay, so that's all the questions for items on the agenda. So this next question relates to separate subject matter. Regarding FOGO bins, now that they are being collected weekly, is the city undertaking statistics on how much the FOGO green bins are collected in tonnage compared to the previous bi-weekly collections? Response: data on the food organic, garden organic tonnage collected is provided to the city by EMRC at the end of each month. Based on experiences of other local governments that have implemented FOGO, it is anticipated it will be approximately 6 to 12 months to identify meaningful trends regarding the diversion of organic waste from landfills. Just going to take a sip of water. That ends public question time, councillors.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, there was one question came in, which I've just put through onto the chat for you as well.
Okay. This question was received by, it's been provided by Mr. Paul Shanahan. Is the City and Council aware of the 2019 case regarding apprehended bias, Dane Pty Ltd versus Shire of Peppermint Grove 2019, WASC 264, where the Supreme Court found a fair-minded lay observer might reasonably apprehend that the history of the dealings had caused the Shire to become determined to ensure an outcome? Is the city pursuant of the recent Supreme Court finding in the context of the Bayswater Skate Park relocation and the city's fixation with securing any possible location at Watton Reserve? Okay. I don't know, Ms. CEO, if you want to respond to that. I will quickly say that I am aware of that case.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Certainly, the city is aware of that case and the issues that are associated with it. I'm not quite sure I understand the second part of the question. However, I think it's probably been addressed through the other questions that have been raised tonight.
Okay, thank you for that. So I'll close public question time now. Okay, councillors, we move to item 7, confirmation of minutes, the minutes of the ordinary council meeting from the 23rd of March 2021. Is there a councillor who will move to accept those minutes? Councillor Gray moving, Councillor Palmer seconding. Anything, Councillor Gray? Councillor Palmer? Anyone else? I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? And that is, hold your hands up, that is Councillor, that's unanimous. Thanks, councillors. Item 8, presentations, petitions. Any petitions, councillors? No petitions. 8.2, presentations. Any presentations? No presentations. Deputations have been dealt with. Any delegates reports, councillors? No delegates reports. Okay, so we'll move to item 9, and pulling first this evening is Councillor Gray. Councillor Gray, just you're on mute there.
Chatting away to myself here. 10.2.5, 10.3.1, 10.3.2, 10.4, yep, 10.4.11, 10.6.2.
10.6.2.1. That's the Drive Local Homelessness Strategy.
Sorry, yes.
Yep. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Palmer. Councillor Palmer. Yes, you're back.
Yeah, sorry, all of mine have been pulled. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine have also been pulled. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKenna.
Through the chair, we're just having some difficulties with Councillor McKenna's connection, so we're just getting him back online.
Shall we just wait a moment? Councillor McKenna, you have returned. You're just on mute there, Councillor. And we were up to you. Are there any items you wish to pull?
No, not at the moment. Thank you.
No problems at all. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. 10.1.1, please. 10.3.4. 10.4.7 and 10.4.8. And 10.5.1. All to move the officer's recommendations.
Thank you for that. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Johnson has pulled many that I wanted to speak to, so that's fine. I've got no others.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pigg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one item, 10.4.2.
Councillor Earhart.
Yes, item 10.3.3. Item 10.4.9. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Sutherland. Nothing. Deputy Mayor. Nothing. Okay. And I have nothing as well. So we now come to reports, and what we'll do is as we usually do, we'll deal with the items the subject of deputations first, and then we'll jump back to other items. So the sorry, councillors. So first item, the subject of deputations was item 10.2.5. 10.2.5, annual meeting of electors. That is on page 88. This has been pulled by Councillor Gray. So, councillors, I'll go to Councillor Gray to ask what she is intending on doing, and then I know Councillor Ostaszewski, you have a proposed amendment for one of the AGM items. So, I'll just hear from Councillor Gray, and then we'll step through that process. Councillor Gray.
Thank you. I would also like to make an amendment, so I'm happy to move this the officer's recommendation, but I'd like to move an amendment for motion 8, please.
Okay, so what we'll do is Councillor Gray's indicated that she wants to move an amendment for motion 8. Councillor Ostaszewski, which motion are you looking to move an amendment on?
Thank you. Mine's for motion number 11 regarding Bath Road and the traffic and the speeding on that road.
Thank you for that. Councillors, are there any other motions that you were intending on seeking amending? Yes, Councillor Clark. You're just on mute there.
Sorry. Can I just foreshadow that if those two amendments were to fail, I'd just move the officer's recommendation as it is in the papers?
Yeah, sure. Are there any, thank you for that, Councillor. Any other amendments that any councillors wish to propose on any motions? None. Okay, so what I'll ask is that we firstly move Lim 1 and then Lim 2 with an amendment to Lim 2 to exclude motions 8 and 11, and then we will debate motions 8 and 11 as separate items under this report. Deputy Mayor, did you have a question? No, you're all fine. So I'll just go to the CEO. Can you please just confirm what the drafting will look like?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It'll be Lim 1 stays the same. Lim 2 stays the same up until report, and then excluding motion 8 and motion 11. So we could actually move that now and then just debate the 2 remaining items separately. So we can get a mover and a seconder for that first part, then we'll deal with those 2 other motions separately.
Thank you. Councillor Gray, are you moving? Yes, you pulled it.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Ostaszewski is seconding. And then we'll deal, just to confirm, this is to adopt the officer's recommendation on all of the motions that have been put forward other than 8 and 11, and we'll deal with them separately in a moment, subject to the outcome of this portion. Councillor Gray, do you wish to speak?
Thank you. I really enjoy the annual meeting of electors. I think so many creative ideas and important ideas are presented, and I'd like to thank those people who put forward motions at the meeting and asked questions and participated. It's fantastic to see. I'm happy to move those with the amendments, and that's really all. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We're not moving anything with amendment. Oh, sorry, the amendments to LIM 2.
Yes, yes.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ostaszewski, seconding.
Thank you. Just very quickly, it's really good that the residents or the ratepayers do have an opportunity to present their motions to council for our consideration. And I've been really happy to help some of the residents through a couple of those motions to go through the process, to be at that AGM, to present their motions. And I looked at my role during this as someone who could provide help with the process. So I thank everyone who got involved at the AGM.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against this? If there isn't, I will go straight to the vote on this. All those in favour, please raise your hands. And that is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. So now motion 8, Councillor Gray. Can you please?
Yes. I'm not sure if we have it anywhere.
I wonder if it can be cut and pasted.
I can read it to you if... We'll
just see if we can get councillors access to it, and then I'll ask you to read it out as well.
Okay.
Okay, councillors should be able to see that now. If you're able to read it out, Councillor.
Yes, so the council continues to pursue cat and fox trapping within existing resources. LIM 2 publishes data on current cat and fox trapping on the city's website. LIM 3, investigate methods used in other local government areas to protect native flora and fauna from foxes and domestic cats. And LIM 4 seeks out funding to improve methods of protecting native flora and fauna from foxes and domestic cats.
Thank you for that, Councillor. Do I have a seconder for this motion? Councillor Palmer, I think you just got in there. Councillor Gray.
Oh, thank you. I have spoken with Mr. Dyke about this on several occasions, and it's important that we're responsible for our native flora and fauna, and foxes, massive problem everywhere, and domestic cats. Most people are really fabulous with their pets and keep them contained, but we do need to make sure that in our areas like Lightning Park, Baringa, Riverside Gardens, all of those lovely natural areas that we have where we hope to attract native wildlife, that we actually are actively protecting them. So I know that the city is doing something, and there is a fox and cat trapping program at the moment, but I would like to see it published. I'd like for the data to be accessible to the public, and I know that there are a lot of other local governments out there that are facing the same problem, and they may have some innovative ideas, and it would be great to liaise with them and see what they're doing and see how successful they're being, and perhaps there's funding out there that we can investigate to beef up our program a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Yes, I think we need to stir the bucket a little, and that's why I'm supporting this. Just seeing the Lightning Swamp, Eric Singleton Bird Sanctuary, places like that within our suburb affected by wildcats that are really sort of snuggling in all of those places, and we need to have some action to get them out. And as much as I love cats, pet cats, I really need to think hard on this, and I respect Councillor Stephanie Gray's input in this and support it. Thank you.
Councillor Earhart speaking against?
No. I've got a question.
Please.
I just wanted to ask the mover, because unless I've misheard it, because I can't see what the wording is, but I'm just wondering why the in natural areas was removed from LIM 1, or did I mishear that?
It's still in LIM 1.
It is still in, apologies, I misheard that.
No, that's fine. I'll just read it to you again. That council, so LIM 1 is that council continues to pursue cat trapping with existing resources and seek opportunities for further fox trapping in natural areas.
Thank you. Yep.
No.
No?
No. Actually, in the one that's been sent out and the one that they read, it didn't have the natural areas, but my mistake. I'm quite happy to put that back in.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you for picking that up, Councillor Earhart.
Thanks, Councillor Earhart. Thanks, Councillor Gray as well. Anyone wishing to speak against this one? If not, yes, Councillor Johnson.
Sorry, not to speak against, but I'm just wondering where we can find that in writing. Sorry, is that in the chat?
It's in the chat, yeah.
My apologies.
Do you want to just have a moment to have a look at that?
Thank you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, no problems. Just take a minute. Just let me know, Councillor, when you're ready.
Yeah, I can see that. And just wondering if I could, just wondered if we could also talk about cooperation with other local governments who are also trapping foxes and cats, particularly our neighbours, given that foxes travel along waterways. I'm wondering if the removal would contemplate that.
Are you proposing an amendment, Councillor Johnson?
Yes, if I could, please. So maybe
sorry.
Oh, my apologies. Just suggesting LIM 3, maybe and cooperate with our neighbouring local governments along those lines.
Thank you, Councillor. So LIM 3 could read, and CEO, feel free to jump in, investigate methods used in other LG areas to protect native flora and fauna from foxes and domestic cats, and seek opportunities to cooperate with neighbouring local government areas?
Yes, I'd be happy with that.
Mr. Mayor, that's fine.
Okay. I'll just go to the mover and the seconder to see if they're happy to accept that amendment. Okay. So just for clarity, I'll just see if we can have this proposed motion just put back up in the chat for councillors to see it with the amendment, just so everyone is clear. And I think Councillor Peterson-Pick had a query. We'll just get this up, Councillor Peterson-Pick, and then thanks. So that should have come to councillors now. Councillor Johnson, does that align with what you're seeking?
Sorry, just one moment, my apologies.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you for that. I'll just check the mover and the seconder. Happy to accept that.
I'm happy with that. It's great. Thank you, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer? Yes, as well. Thank you for that. Councillor Peterson-Pick, did you have a query?
I just wanted to also suggest an addition for LIM 2, which talks about publishing the information online. It doesn't have any time frame, so I wanted to suggest on an annual basis. We can ask with the city if the intention, I don't know if the intention was that every trapping will be recorded. I'm not sure if that is too onerous, but I was afraid that it will be published once and maybe be updated after a few years. So I prefer to limit it at least so we'll get it on an annual basis. Because I do support it. I did ask questions last week about whether the intention is to publish it or not. And when I did hear that it's currently not published, I thought this is a good move. So I'm happy that it is now on the table. And if from what we heard, the officers already collate that information, so it should be easily uploaded to the website. But just a suggestion, if we can have on an annual basis or something like that.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll go to firstly, I just want to check with the CEO that an annual publishing of the information is operationally able to be done.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Annual won't be an issue.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go to the mover and the seconder. Would you be happy to amend Lim 2? So we'll read publishers data on current cat and fox trapping on the city's website on at least an annual basis?
At least an annual basis. I was envisaging it being uploaded, you know, as it happens, but you know, as often as possible. If we can have at least annually, that would be good.
Okay, Councillor Palmer is the seconder. Are you happy to accept that amendment? You're just on mute there.
Yes, I'll agree with the mover. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just ask again if the updated motion can be shared amongst councillors so everybody's clear what we'll be voting on. Make sure that the mover and the second is comfortable with that amendment as well. I think that should have been received now. So Lim 2 says publish data on current cat and fox trapping on the city's website on at least an annual basis. Just double check.
Yes.
First. Yes,
Thank
okay.
you.
Move's okay.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone wishing to speak against this? No, I think, look, unless the mover needs to respond to those amendments to close.
No, thank you. I think collaboration has got us a really good motion, and I'm sure the original, the person who originally put forward the motion, David Dyke, will be quite happy with this. So anything that we can do to improve the conditions and the care of our native wildlife, the better. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. So now, Councillor Ostaszewski, you have an alternative for motion 11.
Yes, thank you.
Can that please be shared? Just to the minute taker or the CEO, if that's able to be shared, and then I'll ask you, Councillor Ostaszewski, to read that out once it's been received.
Thank you.
Oh, yes, here it is now. And then I'll ask for a seconder, please. Councillor Ostaszewski, if you could read it out, thanks.
Thank you. So in regards to Bath Road and the issues of speeding traffic and antisocial driving, my alternate motion is 1, the council requests the Chief Executive Officer to undertake a traffic count for Bath Road between Walter Road and Morley Drive and prepare a report based on those findings. Number 2, using the outcomes of that traffic report or traffic count, requests the Chief Executive Officer to write to Main Roads and request an appropriate reduction to the speed limit. Number 3, request the Chief Executive Officer to arrange for the design of traffic calming measures and undertake consultation with Bath Road residents and those who are adjacent to Bath Road on the proposed options. And finally, number 4, to provide a report to council on those options, preferred options, and the financial implications for consideration by November 2021.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Seconding, Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer, for that. Yes, so Bath Road. I've been aware of issues on Bath Road since I started being involved in council stuff back in 2017. And since then, I've been contacted by progressively more people about speeding and antisocial, or perceived speeding and antisocial driving on that road. We've even seen this issue highlighted through social media to some extent when there was conversations last year about the intersection of Bath Road and Morley Drive. And we now know that a roundabout is going to be installed in that location in about 3 to 4 years' time. So it is known in the community that Bath Road does have some issues in regards to vehicles and the way that they are using that road. There's a strong feeling from the residents on Bath Road and those adjoining streets that there is speeding along this road, and they're also concerned about the antisocial driving on this road. The road's often used as a speed track as far as they're concerned. They don't agree that this street is, as a residential street, should be signed at 60 kilometres an hour. It's a residential street. They would have thought it would have been 50 kilometres an hour, and they would like to see the speed reduced to 50 kilometres an hour. There are many other similar roads in our area that are classified in the same manner as Bath Road, have similar wide streetscapes, have traffic calming devices, are thoroughfares between other main roads, and are residential, and they are all set at 50 kilometres an hour. Example, Grey Street between Walter Road and Collier Road, another one in the town of Bassendean, Iolanthe Street. The residents here are also concerned about the way that traffic is using the chicanes and the roundabout on Bath Road. In instances, drivers are going through the chicanes on the wrong side because of the way that a bus stop has been positioned at a chicane. So obviously that's creating a dangerous driving situation. The roundabout is also an area where residents have seen people speeding right up to the roundabout and then continuing through the roundabout in a dangerous manner. And there's one resident who lives on that corner there that has expressed concerns to me on many occasions that he's worried that a car is going to go through his lounge room one day. I was happy to see residents of Bath Road taking a bit of a lead on this at the annual electors meeting, and I did notify them of this meeting and that they had an opportunity to put their concerns forward. And I'm really happy that Mrs. Helen Laxton's took some action in regards to this. Ultimately, those that I've spoken to over the years, of about 4 years, want to see the speed limit reduced on this road, and they would like to see some redesign of the road treatments between Morley Drive and Walter Road. They want to calm the traffic down. It is a residential area, primarily speed lowered and dangerous driving stopped. That's what they want to achieve. There is a little bit of a concern also from residents up at the northern end of Bath Road there in regards to the installation of a roundabout in a couple of years' time. And they're concerned that by putting a roundabout in, you're actually creating a larger curve for cars to turn faster into Bath Road. So potentially you're increasing the speed of the traffic at the northern end of Bath Road as well once that roundabout goes in. So there are concerns all over the place in regards to speeding and antisocial driving on Bath Road. Just finally, I want to thank the CEO, Director and Mayor for providing your insights over the last couple of days in helping me to, get this alternate up tonight. And also thank you to all the councillors here tonight for considering this important project.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Palmer.
Yes, just very briefly, thank you very much, Councillor Ostaszewski, for all of the hard work that you've done there. Notice of motion was put by me about 18 months to 2 years ago, just before you came on. So I'm pleased that you've also taken up the issue as well. And also that our local Member of Parliament, Amber Jade Sanderson, also took this up very seriously. So we've got a lot of good support generally and state-wise to do these good moves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against this one? Yes, Councillor Johnson.
So I have a question.
Yeah, please.
If I might, the mover perhaps. I'm just wondering if, I think I heard you say that the problem was speeding and antisocial driving, and the report doesn't say that excessive speeds are sort of measured, that most of the traffic is travelling within the speed limit. I'm just wondering if your intention would be actually just to reduce the speed limit, if that would be achieve the same outcome, or if that's been considered when you're drafting this item.
Through the chair, thanks, Councillor Johnson. Yeah, ultimately we want the speed limit to be reduced down to 50k an hour, so it's consistent. Like I mentioned, there are other streets that are classified in the same way, same streetscape, same calming devices, are thoroughfares between main roads, are residential, and they're all set at 50. So yes, ultimately the speed limit we would like to see reduced to 50 kilometres an hour. The city's also provided some information in regards to how this works with main roads, and maybe I could ask one of the city staff here to help explain how this process works.
That would be good.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair. So the process is basically with main roads is in order for a speed limit posting of a speed limit to be reviewed, they would have to firstly see the 85th percentile speed tending towards the targeted posted speed limit. So they usually don't go out and just post speed limit a road because of a request or anything like that. They like to see that the 85th percentile is down at about or close to the target speed. And so in effect, currently the speeds there would satisfy the current posting, the speed limit at 60. But in terms of targeting it back to 50, you'd have to introduce some sort of traffic treatment devices that would get the 85th percentile speed measure down to about close to 50. They have a percentage of leeway either way, and it depends on, and they do an assessment themselves. So they usually like to see that happening as part of the whole process, if not before, but it depends. That they do take it case by case.
Thank you for that. Councillor Peterson-Pick has a question.
Yeah, just a question, perhaps to the mover. Sure. So I'm happy to support, the motion as a whole if there are road safety issues there. What I'm confused is about how the motion was worded. It sounds like with LIM 1, you're asking for more information and for traffic count, but when it comes to LIM 2 and 3, it looks like you already decided that you want to progress changes. So my question, why do we need the traffic data if you already decided that you want to reduce the speed? So I guess the question is kind of a follow-up from what Councillor Johnson was asking. If the intention is to reduce the speed limit, why not using the 2019 data that we already have and propose that? Which I'm not saying that this is the right approach, but it sounds like we are asking the city to do everything at the same time. Go and provide us a traffic count, and at the same time design changes before they even got any indication what we want to do, and also to consult and also write to main roads. But we don't know what the traffic data actually shows, the new traffic data. So it's a question how the city is going to do it. Like what's the order, and what happens if the traffic data, for example, shows that the speed limit is around 52? Do we still want them to write a letter to main roads? So that's my question. Just clarity about what's the intention.
Thank you, Councillor Staszewski.
The intention is to lower the speed limit to 50k an hour. I understand that the city, LIM 1 here says to do a traffic count again. I was thinking the same thing because we'd had a traffic count done in 2014 and a traffic count done in 2019. And I think since 2019, the Northlink project has finished. So that has changed the traffic flows around that area, and Bath Road is being used more by traffic. So I believe, and again, the city can step in here to help me out if they need to. I believe this traffic count is to understand the changed environment due to that Northlink project, and the changes of the intersections around Banara and Morley Drive and Collier Road have all changed. So I believe that's to kind of get an understanding of what the traffic's looking like now. And I believe that information will then help guide what treatments will help to achieve the 50k an hour. So I think by getting the speed, the traffic data, it'll help guide what types of treatments we look at. City, if you wanted to chime in, please.
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to say something?
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through the chair. Yes, look, the count that we've had is 2019, which was pretty well just after Northlink, and I think it's really to go to main roads with the very latest traffic count, so that there's no question in between that they may say to us, well, can you go back and give us another count in the meantime? It's really just to go to them with the latest count and also bring it on the radar and commence the discussions and get it on the table, and hopefully we may then be able to get some more way into understanding what other information we need to provide them, or how we can go through the process of reducing the actual speed limit and get some first base reaction from them. So it could be a point of no harm done in having a go at that at the same time.
Thank you for that, Acting Director. Anyone wishing to speak against this or any other queries? If not, oh, sorry, Deputy Mayor, no? Yes, please.
Thank you. So I'm just going to follow on from what Councillor Peterson-Pick's query was.
Sure.
And I've listened to the response, but I guess my query is on specifically Lim 2, where you've got using the outcomes of the traffic count. So what request the CEO right to main roads and request an appropriate reduction to the speed limit. So what happens if the traffic count, because I understand what you're saying, that perhaps the environment's changed due to road network design changes around Bath Road, but the last count indicated that there wasn't any speeding issues. So what happens if the current or this proposed traffic count shows the same result? How then will you use those outcomes to request an appropriate reduction to the speed limit?
Questions to the mover?
Yes, thanks.
Councillor Stasowski, do you wish to respond?
Thank you. I hope I answer your question, Councillor Pifferetti. If I don't, please let me know. The road's currently posted at 60. It is a residential street. It is filled with houses. Every other street that is similar to this, with the same classification, same look, etc., is a 50-kilometre-hour road. So as far as the residents are down there are concerned, this is a residential street and should be 50 kilometres an hour. Obviously, if a sign is set at 60 kilometres an hour and the data we're getting from the traffic count is showing that, well, yeah, it's showing that against a 60-kilometre, but that's not what I'm talking about here. The residents want this street to be a 50-kilometre street like the rest of the streets that are exactly the same.
Thank you, Councillor, for that. Anyone wishing to speak against or any other queries? If not, sorry, Councillor Palmer, did you have a query?
I just wanted to add to the understanding there that it's also coming off onto Morley Drive, and the Northlink aspect actually makes people in their heads drive faster, and they just smoothly drive through on this S-bend of Benara, Bath, and going all the way through. There's a speed action there that just needs to be brought down, and this is another reason why it's a little bit different from a normal street. And I can understand Deputy Mayor saying, you know, what she said, but because we have curves and heights and so forth, it becomes a slight speed zone. And so that's why I'm respecting what Councillor Stasowski is putting up. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stasowski, you can close if you've got anything to add in respect to those queries.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have anything to add. I think I've made it quite clear what the residents are chasing here, and they are convinced that by reducing the speed limit down to 50k an hour and by redesigning some aspects of that road to help reduce the speed down, that they can help mitigate or help resolve this road safety concern. That's all I need to say. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm now going to put this to the vote. I know I've received a note from Councillor Earhart that she has just stepped out for a moment. I will now put this to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. So councillors, the next item, the subject of a deputation, is item 10.3.1. This is Black Spot Project. Just find it here. 10.3.1 Black Spot Project, 6th Avenue and Coode Street intersection on page 255. This has been pulled by Councillor Gray. What would you like to do, Councillor?
I don't want to move this. I want to ask a question, please.
Okay, I'll ask if there's anyone who wishes to move this. Councillor Clark is moving and Councillor Johnson is seconding. So I'll go to the mover, the seconder, and then I'll go to you, Councillor Gray, with your query. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll speak briefly on this. I think part of what you can see from the report is the work that the city has done to use funds that have been provided to us. And, you know, if we don't go ahead in the form that's required, then we obviously can't retain that black spot funding from the state government, I think. Happy to be corrected if that's not quite right. But I think that's... it's in some ways, yes, it is state government, sorry. In some ways, it's a shame sometimes that the funding that we receive is so specific and so tied that perhaps doesn't allow for individualised flexibility where we might need to. But.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Look, nothing a lot further except that, yeah, the funding is quite specific, and how things become a black spot is quite specific, as we've learnt. So if you do have an accident, report it to the police, because that's the only way we get that data, even if there's a lag, and that's the process. So
thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gray, query?
Yeah, look, if we don't accept the officer's recommendation, I know we lose the black spot funding. Is there an opportunity to reapply for that at some stage, but reapply with information from resident consultation? The residents were really, you know, those deputations that we heard last week, the residents seem to have a lot of information about the intersection. They're going to lose quite a bit of their verge, which is not, you know, it's council land, but it's their verge. And they, and of course the road is going to be closer to their residents. I want to know if we can, you know, if there's an opportunity for us to do better. I understand about accepting funding and having to return funding, but I don't want that to be at the detriment of the residents. I don't know who can answer that for me.
Thank you for that, Councillor Gray. I'll either go to the CEO or Acting Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, look, the process of the black spot funding does not allow for people's observations. It's quite detailed in the way the main roads have a set portal that we have password access onto. We go onto that access into the portal, and we go through the process of completing through a number of steps, and it doesn't make way for, you know, people may perceive things or in their own sort of observations. It's quite succinct. It has to be based on statistics, and it has to be based on what they see as set treatments and the return of those treatments in terms of the benefits, and then it's weighed out to the cost, and then they come up with a benefits cost ratio, and then from the ratio they come through and they then prioritise all the projects for us right across the state in terms of priority forms, and then they go through and allocate the funding accordingly. So it doesn't allow for that. If council want to do alternatives outside of the black spot program, then that's and as we have done in other places, it's a funding done purely through council and council owned traffic management funds.
Okay, Councillor Peterson-Pick speaking against or query?
Speaking against.
Please go ahead.
Firstly, I'd like to ask a question through the chair. I did ask a question, asked the officer a question last night, so I'm not sure if they had the time, just to find out whether there were any accidents during 2020 or some part of 2020? Do we have that information?
No, we checked out 2019 as being, sorry, Mr. Mayor, through the chair, we checked out 2019 as being the latest data that we've received, and we looked for the 2020. There is nothing that's been closed out for the 2020 yet. So as it stands, we understand that there was no accidents 2018 and 2019.
Thank you. So I'd like to start by thanking the officers for looking into those road safety issues and trying to progress improvements. So I think I do appreciate that. It is very important for our community. When it comes to this specific proposal, I am not confident that the proposed design is the solution. Whilst it is a very technical issue, in the end of the day, we need to feel confident before we are going ahead with it. And even though we have some part of the funding, we need to remember that some part we're still going to pay. So it's not fully funded. Even though we did get some grant, some part of it, I don't feel confident that we should continue with it. We had so many residents speaking against it, even residents that don't live around the intersection. We don't get it. Don't receive such an opposition when it comes to other black spots projects. It was also indicated by the officer that it is an unusual situation. So I think this signals to us that there is an issue here. And I do feel confident enough to say, let's wait. It was offered to us, but we can still go back to the drawing board and see whether there are other solutions that will have less an impact. I don't need to repeat all the deputations that we had. People already mentioned lots of various impacts, including implications to pedestrians. We had people not living in even that area that explained that widening the verges is not positive for pedestrians, and I do support that. So I do hope that in the future we will get designs that will support pedestrians, that will not need to hit that issues around pedestrians. And we had other solutions that might be less intrusive. I'll finish by just foreshadowing a different motion, just in case council does not support it. I haven't worded it, but the essence of it will be to go back to the drawing board and come up with a different design and consult the community before applying. So it would be something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I think Councillor Gray, wishes to speak. And I think Councillor Clark has a query, and then the Deputy Mayor following. Councillor Gray, Councillor Earhart as well. Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gray, please go ahead.
I was going to suggest to Councillor Peterson-Pitt that perhaps option 2 might be worth foreshadowing. I was going to do that, but seeing you've indicated you'd like to foreshadow, you may wish to look at option 2 on page 265.
The only question about option 2 is that I don't think it asks the city to do anything. It just says we don't want the grant, right? This is maybe the officers can correct me if I'm wrong, but option 2 doesn't ask them to still look into the safety issues, which I think that if there are safety issues and accidents, we do need to see something happening there, but maybe less intrusive. So, so it will be something like option 2, but with a fourth limb, perhaps, that's asking the city to reconsider the design and together with community consultation and come up with a different design.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that question, Councillor Gray. Thanks for clarifying, Councillor Peterson-Pitt. Question, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask the city, if we were to reject these funds, so if an option 2 or a variation of that were to be adopted, would the cost of the city be the $35,333, or would it end up being more? Because obviously you'd have officer time, and then whatever the outcome is could obviously be more expensive than that. Is that right? And do we have a rough estimate of how much these sorts of things cost when we do it?
Let's go to the Acting Director.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, so the project total has been listed at $53,000, of which the state's contribution was $35,333, and the city's municipal co-contribution was 1/3, 2/3 is $17,667. There has been some expenditures in terms of some consultants' initial designs, but by and large, it's been mainly we have our own internal design office that's been doing the design, so it's been mostly officer time. And the return will be the $35,333, which will be the return back to the state government.
Thank you for that. I'll go to the Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Earhart after that.
Thank you. Yeah, so I won't be supporting the option that's on the table. From what I can understand from the deputations last week, as well as the data from 2018, 2019, and I'd be really interested to see the 2020 data, although I understand that it's not available to us at this time. I actually don't think that there is, from what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing, that there is a continuing safety issue at this location. There were changes made to the stop signs, which I think have correlated or resulted in the reduction in accidents, and that's why there hasn't been any accidents in 2018 and 19. I would be inclined to support the foreshadowed motion, although I'm not sure whether a LIM 4 is necessary. I don't think that was what was indicated by the residents, that there are continuing safety issues there. And I also don't have an issue with refusing the black spot funding. I think we can just give it back. Just the fact that we've received it doesn't mean that we should use it if we don't think that that's the best solution for the issue. So I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Earhart.
Yeah, I just wanted to seek some clarification because I know, and sorry if this was covered off in the very first minute or so when I came back. I just wanted to check because I'm sure that I heard the officers say that we can't do a redesign, but we did that just last year with the roundabout design, which was a black spot funded project in Maylands on East and 8th Avenue. So, and that was a redesign in consultation. So through the chair to the relevant officer, we surely have that capacity. Is there a deadline when the funds have to be used by, etc.?
Go to the Acting Director.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll pass that on to the manager in terms of the E Street roundabout. As my understanding, there was probably very minor changes, but by and large, the submission was purely a roundabout at the black spot as a black spot submission, and that's the way it got funded. And I'll probably stick with that, but I'll let Bryce confirm that.
Go to the manager.
Yes, through the chair, Mr. Mayor. The redesign for the roundabout at East and 8th intersection was the inclusion of speed cushions, which was an additional facility that was requested by council at one of the council meetings. That was added on at the design, but the cost of implementing that is not funded by Black Spot itself. It was funded through the city's citywide traffic budget to implement that particular facility.
Okay, so just to follow on, but in that example there, we were able to halt the project while there was further consultation about the design with affected parties as well as the wider community. So in theory, that could be applied to this project where it is put on a temporary hold where further design is consulted with the local residents as to what's required. because the funding application for the black spot was put in specifically for these two treatments, or just in general for these treatments in that vicinity?
Through the chair, the project was not just put on hold. The city had to request for an extension under the black spot program. Those additional facilities didn't affect the actual fundamental treatment of that intersection, which is to install a roundabout. However, it needs to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis. So if we talk about a totally different treatment like a raised plateau, then that will change the whole black spot submission, where it would require a new submission would be required to be submitted to Main Roads for consideration as a new project.
Okay, so just last question on this one. So the actual black spot funding for this project was put in for the speed cushions and for the shaving of the intersection there, so that it would, and putting in the splitter islands.
Yes, through the chair, correct. It's for the installation of splitter islands as well as speed plateaus, not cushions, but speed plateaus on the approach on Coode Street.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Yep.
Thank you for that question, Councillor Clark.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask the city, if this were to change, could the $35,333 then be allocated to another black spot project within the city, or is again that so restrictive that we couldn't just sort of move the money over to another project within the city?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, no, it is specific to that site alone. It goes back into the general revenue, funding through Main Roads, and the reason for that is they're attributed on a point score system. So if we resubmit something else, it might not have the same point scores. It may be lower, it may be higher, I don't know. So then that has to line up and be treated equally amongst the whole of the metropolitan region and state on a point score system. And it's the point scores that will change.
Thank you for that. Any other councillors wishing to speak on this? I am just going to ask one question, because there's a lot kind of flying around. I just need to get some clarity on this. To the acting director, can you please just explain what the actual safety issue is at this intersection that is seeking to be ameliorated?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Through the chair. So between the periods of 2014 and 2018, as we show the 5-year period, there were 8 crashes. And of the 8 crashes, the major crashes were the right turn accidents. What we say is that, so people travelling along Coode Street heading towards Central Avenue, that vehicle, and travellers that were travelling from Railway Parade along 6th Avenue, either turning right or turning across, where there was an accident in that location as a majority, and there was 5 of those. And of the 5, there was majors, medicals, major, minor, and a major. So 2014, 2016, 2016, 2017. There were also other crashes. The other 3 were 2 from the other side of 6th Avenue coming through Coode Street, and then one was turning out of Coode Street, turning right, and having a indirect right turn with people coming from Coode Street heading towards Central Avenue. So the point in terms of the treatment that was allocated under the black spot criteria, the one that obviously obtains the highest score is the splitter islands and the plateaus in Coode Street. One is obviously reducing the speed, and 2 is formalising the stop lines. So they are the concerns. The majority of them were obviously cars, the right angle accidents from 6th and Coode, as I originally said. I don't know if that makes any clearer. I can elaborate on it further if you like.
No. Yeah, no, that's really helpful. Thank you. So that's actually very helpful. So I'm going to support what's on the table. I completely understand the concerns of the residents, and pointing to no crashes over the previous 2 years data that's available, I can understand that. There were the data that was quickly rattled through by the acting director. There were gaps between the crashes there as well, I ran on a platform that included road safety, and so this is an opportunity to improve the road safety in this area, and comment from the acting director saying that it will also have the effect of slowing the traffic down, I think is really important. We know it's a high pedestrian area due to the frequency that people use that beautiful park there for dog walking, and no design is going to be perfect, but taking an opportunity to slow traffic down in this area and make it safer, I think is something that we should adopt. If this isn't successful, I think I would likely support the foreshadowed motion on the basis that it has the action to look at other measures to improve the road safety in this area. But I think ultimately for me, adopting an opportunity to lower speed limits and increase the safety in this area probably is a rare opportunity that I think should be taken. Councillor Gray, did you have a question?
Yes, I did. Just on those crash statistics, I believe that the height of the stop sign has been raised. I think that was mentioned last week by one of the deputies. Did those accidents that the manager just mentioned and are contained in our report, did they occur before the height of the stop sign was raised or after? I'm not sure when that happened.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair, look, we've had a look at it. I don't believe that the height of the stop signs has had a reflection on the results that an accident. The sight distance to the intersection is not a critical issue in terms of coming over the hill. I don't know why someone may think that. What we had a look at today was probably. I don't think I would be accepting that that's been the reason for the reduced accidents.
Any other questions or comments on this one, councillors? If not, I will go to the mover to close. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things I enjoy most about this council is the quality of the debate. So even after I'd moved it and then listened to all the arguments from fellow councillors, I actually, in my mind, shifted my vote, and I thought, even though I've moved this, I might vote against it. And then I managed to shift it back again after listening to the continuation of the debate. I think it's unfortunate that this funding is so restrictive that it really doesn't allow the City of Bayswater to adapt it to each scenario. I think it would be well worth the City and the Mayor thinking about how we could, I suppose, advocate to state government to make this funding more flexible and more appropriate to the local environments that it's being implemented in, because I think there are some really useful comments in the objections that we've received and reviewed tonight. But I am going to vote for it, and I would encourage others to, on the basis of road safety. So the number of accidents and the cost of those accidents that we have in this state is unacceptable. The way that we really need to start taking road safety much more seriously. I know there's often people, driving all the way up north of the Pilbara and down to Esperance, and they're doing long drives. And at the end of the day, everyone should come home from work and from their holidays. But this then also applies to us in a local area where having driven through this area on my way down to Maylands, it's a funny intersection, and it definitely needs something. So I think we should use the funding that the state has on offer for us. We can't on one hand say that we're advocating for funds and cry poor without then spending that money when we're able to get it. I think that's really important. But I think it's been really useful also to hear and see the views of other local people. And I think one of the outcomes of this tonight would be that we actually seek to encourage the state government to make this program less restrictive in its application. I think it's a great program, and we should spend more money on road safety because it costs us too much. It costs lives, and it costs actual money in terms of productivity and loss. So I'd encourage people to support it.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Clark, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Johnson and myself. Those against? Councillor Gray, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick and Councillor Earhart. So the officer's recommendation is adopted. Councillors, the next item, the subject of a deputation, is the next one actually, 10.3.2. 10.3.2, Watton Reserve Skate Park relocation feasibility on page 270. This was pulled by Councillor Gray.
Yes, I have an alternate motion for this item,
Okay.
which I did send out to councillors earlier.
Thank you. We'll get that just shared now anyway, so councillors can see it, and then I'll ask you to read it out.
Yep.
Okay. So, Councillor Gray, if you can read that.
There is a third limb to that as well, which I sent through a little bit later.
Okay, I'll just wait till we have the whole.
Yep.
Does that look like the one, Councillor Gray?
Yep.
If you can read that out, please.
Okay, the alternate motion is notes the outcome of the community engagement conducted in relation to the relocation of Watton Reserve Skate Park facility. Limb 2 is endorses Watton Reserve as the final location of for the relocation of the current Watton Reserve skate and BMX facilities. And Limb 3 is requests that the Chief Executive Officer progresses development of a detailed concept plan, taking into consideration all the outcomes identified in option 3 as presented in the officer's report.
Thank you, Councillor. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer seconding that. Councillor Gray.
Okay. Right. Just a few things that I want to say first of all. It was interesting to see the accusations of bias today. Bias, if a councillor doesn't publicly support one choice, it doesn't mean that the councillor is biased. I don't think that any of us have shown bias during this whole debate. All we wanted was time to investigate. It's also interesting to see that people are now requesting delays when we've been accused of going too slowly in the past. The other thing that people mentioned about alleged threats, they're not alleged, they're facts. Police have them, they're in writing, so they're not alleged. And I have sought advice on whether I have a conflict of interest in voting in this, as was mentioned in one of the questions, and apparently no, I don't. So I've listened to everybody. I don't have a conflict of interest. So I'd like to acknowledge the concerns of the residents, and I'd like to acknowledge the concerns of the clubs at Morley Windmills. There are many concerns from both sides. Morley Windmills talk about losing members. They've talked about losing money But we haven't seen any evidence of this. We haven't seen anything that tells us that this is actually going to happen. Where's the evidence of that? Not sure where the figures actually come from. They've just been stated and then passed on. So it's like a Chinese whispers kind of thing. Someone says it, so it must be true. The issues that have been brought up by Morley Windmills are valid concerns, and I acknowledge that. Things like, though, walking distance for elderly members, they have been addressed. There is parking close to the club rooms and pretty much as much parking as there is now. Not all the members are elderly. It's a soccer club. There's a lot of fit, healthy people there too. So it's not going to hurt them to park in the southern section. And show consideration for the elderly members of the club, allowing them to park a bit closer. The elements brought up in the deputations around safety, fences, paths, access to toilets and entry points have and can be further addressed in detailed designs. It's easy to, children don't have to walk in through a driveway. There can be a gate put in. There's paths. They can walk on the grass around to the toilets. They don't have to walk through the playgrounds, through the car parks. There's no reason a fence can't be put up. No one said that there couldn't be. These can be addressed in detailed designs. Parking keeps coming up as an issue. They're taking parking away. And this is, it's one of those Chinese whispers things that someone said they're going to lose parking, so it just keeps going on and on and on. It's not correct. The designs that we see in the report show us that there will actually be an increased amount of parking for the clubs. 65 and 66 bays in some instances. Yes, some might have moved, but there is still adequate parking by the club. There's also the Metronet multi-storey car park that on weekends, I believe, is free. One of the deputies mentioned that parents, on one hand said there was no parking and then said that parents dropped their kids and left. So they won't need a parking space. If there's kids being dropped off, you know, when I took my kids around to skate parks, I didn't sit there and watch them a lot of the time. They were, you know, teenagers, so I'd drop them and I'd go. So there's no need for a parking space. There's also the public transport element. A lot more kids can get there independently. Windmills have lived happily with the skate park for years. Suddenly it's a big issue and I'm not sure why that's happened. I think with good design, with creative thinking, with working with the Skate Park Advisory Committee and working with Windmills community members, I think that there can be a really good outcome. Members mentioned last week that they wouldn't compromise, but I think compromise is a good thing. We can't always have what we want in life. I want a Ferrari, can't get one. You know, we have to compromise. We have to think, what can we have, and balance it with different views. There's no point having a tantrum if you don't get what you want. You have to, you know, work with other people, find the best outcome. People are saying that we're ignoring community engagement. That's not the case. We're listening to the community and we have listened. And just because you don't get what you want doesn't mean that we're not listening. We are listening. And I would suggest that the community engagement is somewhat skewed and somewhat weighted. With regard to the Skate Park Advisory Committee, they are an advisory committee. All of our committees are advisory committees, and they can, or most of our committees are advisory committees, and they bring things to council. It doesn't mean that council has to accept them. We still have the responsibility of making the right decision for the people that live in the area and for the good of the area. People have mentioned the benefits to the community that, you know, one will be a better benefit to the community. What community are we talking about? Are we talking about the skate community, or are we talking about the people that are going to have this impact their everyday lives, local residents, that it's causing a lot of angst? Well, I know it's causing a lot of angst. It's causing a lot of angst at Windmills, but it's also causing a lot of angst with the people who are living around Broome Park. So why not Broome Park? I've spent a lot of time around Broome Park recently, talking to people, having a look. A lot of the concerns that Windmills have are exactly the same concerns that Broome Park residents have, exactly the same concern. Parking. Now, whilst Windmills can increase their parking, it's not a lot can be done for the residents around Broome Park without, ripping up the verge and ripping up the footpath and putting in angled verge parking or something, which is really not a viable option for the amenity of the area. So they're concerned about parking. Where are people going to park? And yes, a lot of kids will also be dropped off. So the same argument applies to that as well. Noise is an issue. I'm not anti-skating, but it is noisy. There's banging, clattering and shouting and, general having fun noise, which is not necessarily a bad thing. There's music. So noise is an issue. If they're going to have lights at night time, that are on a timer, similar to Crimea, that may become an issue too. Loss of amenity. These people chose to live in these houses for a very good reason. They have a beautiful green space in front of them. They can walk their dogs, they can play with their kids, they can kick a ball. They selected to live there because of that green space. And talking to a lot of residents, that was the attraction. Live opposite a nice, passive park. Same argument that the Robert Thompson residents had, exactly the same. It's their Robert Thompson. That's their chosen place of residence. So really, I think their thoughts really need to be taken into account. And it's not just because they're voters. They don't vote for me. I'm not a Central Ward councillor. But we have to look at the whole of the city and what's best for the whole of the community. There's the drainage basin. In wintertime, that does fill right up and overflow. And that's got to make some difference to the soil around that area too. It's a passive park and we're changing it. If we put a skate park there, it's changing it to active. I asked one of the deputies last week about events, and the response I got that there would rarely be events there, maybe once a year, maybe once every 2 years. I then asked about clinics. Oh, they wouldn't happen very often. But following the comments of the skate park group, their aspirations for their skate park, they want to have events. They want it to be active. They want it to be full. They want people coming from near and far to skate at that skate park. And that's a wonderful aspiration. It happens at a lot of other regional skate parks, but those skate parks have been built where there's space. The difference with Bayswater is that we have a limited space. We don't have green fields to put a massive big regional skate park in. We only have a certain amount of area. So do we put it in front of residents' houses, or do we put it where there's already active community engagement? Now, I'd like everybody to think about, would you seriously like to have a skate park of the type that we want this to be, an excellent skate park that draws a crowd? Would you like it outside your front door? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll go to Councillor Palmer, seconding.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think everything has been said with regard to the negatives that will occur at Broome Park. And I just feel that I don't want to be repetitive. We've all spoken a lot about the essential greenery of the area. What I did, I'm not an ABS expert, but I took each ward and I looked at one park in each ward that was similar. That's like having transport, one side being busy and three sides being residential. This one is Robert Thompson. And as you can see, there's 5 parks around there. There's Millerick, Kirkpatrick, Holden, Noranda Sporting, Strutway, and a couple of others. And that's just with 281 residents highlighted in pink, which goes right the way down. So I've been very generous there. When you come to Rudlock, which is another 3-sided park, and that's bordering on the Morley activity area. Before it reaches another park, there's 190 houses. So there's 190 houses there before you reach another park, and there's plenty around there. And that's Nora Hughes, Browns Lake Reserve, Cook Reserve, and a couple of other small pocket parks. Then you look at Gibney, which is a 3-sided residential area as well. And that as a total of 410 before you reach all the massive other parks of rivers, river parklands all the way around. When you look at Broome Park, you've got a pocket park the size of a postage stamp in Oakley Square, and you've got to go all the way over to Walter Road to reach Tom Cameron, another small reserve on the busy street. The only park for 500 residents in that area is Broome Park. Other than that, you're gone. Nothing there. You've got to go over to the Watton Street industrial area, walk up to the back of the football soccer club and do an area there, and it's on lead there, and the skate park. Now, that skate park has been happily ensconced in Watton Reserve for the last 20 years. But all of a sudden, it's become the dreaded lurgy. And I think that's wrong. It's always been a part of that makeup of sports. It's going to be absolutely grand. I'm not going to repeat everything that Councillor Stephanie Gray has said, because everything what she said is wisdom there. What I will say is that the officers have done their due diligence in the mandate they were given. That's it. We as councillors must do our due diligence on a much more broader scale. We've got to look at community representation, sensitivities of greenery, noise, and all the issues our ratepayers are telling us. Our ratepayers around that area of Watton and around the area of Broome, they're quite happy for the skate park to be assessed in the Watton location, masses of parking generously given over and better presented to the windmill clubs and so forth. And also, what is more important, as some people have said, voters in those areas saying, I'm a ratepayer and this is what I want, or club members from all over the region saying, this is what I want, even if I don't live in Central Ward, this is what I want. I think we've got to be very astute and sensitive to the fact that this is money given from the state government, 2.5 million. I mean, that is tremendous and we should be really grateful. And we've got to do our best for that and keep it in the sporting element and not lose a green park, not lose a sort of environment that we're trying to cling to every day of the week. And Professor Lucy Richards, or Dr. Lucy Richards, she's one of our Monash University people. What she's actually said is that the best local government at the moment is Vincent. And they have actually gone right up to 28% on greenery. And what they've done, instead of pushing greenery down the throats of the developers, they've sort of gone hand in hand and they've kept their greenery and added to it rather than force developers to do certain things. So the developers are successful and the environmental local government is successful. We're fighting our way through a developing infill. So we've got now a massive drop to 14% from 21% since 2013. We all know this. And we really need to, we can't just say, here's a park, okay, take it and let's have a nice skate park, a concrete park. We just cannot do it. So just logically, we need to really rethink Watton and do the best there. We've had spatial assessments and I think they've looked good. Now we need to get on and do proper in-depth drawings and get it done. Have the skate park committee with us on this. They've given us plans as well. And the accusations of bias might seem a little bit, you know, sort of scratching the earth to find things, but it's quite untrue. We're here as representing everybody. We want to do the right thing by everybody. I did vote against it at the skate park advisory committee, and I'll stand by that. And maybe that's where they think there's a bit of bias. But if that's bias, so be it. But so please think carefully on where we're going, because it's going to be forever. And just remember too, that the officers that do their diligence and mandate is so much more different than the mandate we have as councillors. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. So, Councillor who wishes to speak against? Councillor Earhart.
Thank you. I just want to start by addressing some of the things that have just been said in the opening and in this bit. It's not going to be forever. The current skate park's only been there 20 years and we're already moving it. 2.5 million, we've got to do our best for that. Yeah, we absolutely do. And $2.5 million skate park is great. My concern is that at Watton, it's not going to be a $2.5 million skate park. It'll be a $1.8 million skate park because 700 odd will be chewed up in replacing car parking, you know, ripping up a car park to put in a skate park and then having to build a new car park elsewhere. Yeah, we have limited green space in Central Ward, but within a walking distance of Broome, there is Tom Cameron, Wes Hawkins and Mackenzie Reserves, some only 1 or 2 streets away. I want to also address in relation to things that were said about the evidence of loss of income. The club does have evidence of a commitment that they were made for $20,000 for new members, which has been put on hold because of this. So $20,000. Neelandia, when I'm hearing about a soccer club, it's an active club and the people aren't going to be old and they can walk there, that's no worries. When we see, as a result of the Deputy Mayor's questions last week, that the parking will be up to 250 metres away, Neelandia definitely won't come and join the club. Neelandia isn't a sports club, it's a Dutch club. You know, this is a culturally and linguistically diverse community that would be joining this club. And the Dutch community with that club, they are elderly. They can't walk far, so they do need close by walking, as we've done with the Petanque Club and put a bunch of Acrod bays that are close by right near their door for them for their elderly members. Neelandia would require the same support for their elderly patrons. So there is more than just soccer at the Windmills Club. The Windmills Club, the Windmills Sportsmen's Club, the soccer club that's through there, the darts club that's through there, and the various other users that use the facilities. But that all aside, I can see how people would think that the engagement is skewed. From what I've seen of the engagement so far in all aspects that the city has conducted, is that Broome has been identified as the preferred location through not only the city's own Skate and Bike Development Advisory Committee, which we all chose the members to go on there because they were representatives of either scooter, skateboard, BMX or local community representatives. We chose them for their expertise to go in there with the sole purpose of finding and identifying a location to recommend to us. Every step of the way, the community engagement has been supportive of Broome. I tabled a petition last year with 726 signatures, I think it was, that supported Broome, and about 600 of those, from memory, were City of Bayswater residents. That spoke to me of a wider community engagement through wanting that area. Regardless of that, and regardless of the community engagement that has occurred to date, I do think that it is flawed, because it has been just a base feasibility and a base supposition, and only one side has shown a spatial analysis. There hasn't been any real concept. There hasn't been any real drawings. This is purely, as we got an email over the weekend, those options aren't really options. That may not be what's actually built, because it's just a spatial analysis to determine, as we requested for this feasibility, will it fit? It fits. You know, a 400 square metre house will fit on a 450 square metre block. But when you're determining the location for a skate park, it's not just about what fits. It's not just about car parking. It's about the users who are actually going to use that facility. The state government has been so generous in giving us $2.5 million to build a world-class, regional skate park for our community. We want it to be in the right spot. The whole point about this, that we've been going on for coming close on a year, is the outcome that we all want, which is the best location. The best location is more than car parking. The best location is more than will it or won't it fit. We have to look at community needs. We have to look at the user needs. We have to listen to the community. And I don't think the information that I've got to date, I don't think that there was enough information that went to the community to identify that. We consulted on a spatial analysis that even the images that we saw in the report were only shown to a handful of club members. They weren't even shown to the community as part of this engagement. If I look at surrounding councils, we have City of Swan, who are currently building a great big skate park and BMX area next to the Midvale Leisure Centre, which is their aquatic centre. City of Stirling has just completed one in Balga at Balga Leisureplex. Belmont Oasis, they've had one for ages next to their aquatic centre. Do I know 100% that next to an aquatic centre is the best location? No, I don't. I can only look at what evidence is given towards me in terms of community feedback and actual drawings. And what I'm seeing between the sites here is that we're comparing apples with oranges. This isn't an apple by apple comparison, because you've got some spatial analysis. We haven't done that for any of the identified locations. We certainly haven't done that for the location that's been identified by our wider community, as well as our SABDAC. How much consideration or how much impact, I heard earlier mentioned the Morley Station precinct plan. We know that's going to go as far as Broome Park for the wide precinct plan. So, have we given consideration of any of that? We've got, I think that if we are to do right for our community and get the best outcome for our community, and we did hear from the Broome residents last week that they were actually supportive of a feasibility study of Broome. I did email everyone out today an alternate motion, which I do want to foreshadow. And the reason for that, it looks like it's a delay, but it actually isn't, because if we do a simultaneous concept for both sites, we're not actually losing any time. Financial outlay is minimal, particularly in the context of $2.5 million. And that gives us a direct comparison. And what it is going to also do is it's going to achieve what everyone wants, which is the best outcome for the community. And that's the residents and the skaters and for our city. So just for the record, I will read out what the alternate one was that I emailed out earlier on today. And I do hope that this current motion is not successful, and that you do lean towards the supporting the foreshadowed motion of the council. 1, notes the outcome of the community engagement conducted in relation to the relocation of Watton Reserve Skate Park facility. 2, request that the Chief Executive Officer arrange for the preparation of detailed concept plans for both Wharton North and Broome Park for the purposes of comprehensive community engagement on each option. 3, request a further report to Council on the outcomes of the further engagement by August 2021. Now, you know, I don't, from some skaters that I have spoken to, and admittedly it's not many, no one's happy about a perception of a delay, but they are happy to wait if it is going to result in the best outcome for them, because on hearing last week that it won't be a full $2.5 million skate park, it will be a, you know, probably more likely the 1.8 million. The current one was valued, I think from memory, was 1.3. So we'll get a $300,000 improvement on the relocation. And that's a supposition if it goes at one of the Wharton options that were put forward. I think we owe it to spend that, you know, a couple of thousand more to have both of them looked at, so that we can see, and so the community especially can see what the effect will be. And that includes the clubs, because, you know, the clubs are very fretful about all this, and they need to know, because if an option isn't really going to be an option because that was just done as a spatial analysis and that may not be what actually is achievable to be built, we need to know that. The clubs need to know that, and the community need to know that. There's too much uncertainty for me there to actually decide on a single final location now. But I think that what I'm foreshadowing there is probably the one that's going to achieve the best outcome without a delay of time, that's going to give us all the information and is also going to actually give peace of mind to our community. So I'll ask you to not support what's on the table and to support the foreshadowed motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak in favour? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just close this, sorry. I think this is such a shame. What happened? What happened, everyone? This should be a celebration. We have $2.5 million, and it is $2.5 million. Let's not let everyone freak out and think that we're not spending $2.5 million. The state government has given the City of Bayswater $2.5 million to build a first-class skate park. And the skate park has been in Wharton Reserve for ages. And before all of this started, this ecosystem was working quite nicely. There was soccer, there were community groups coming in, there was a skate park. Now, what changed that? What happened was Metronet and the state government ran a ruler through and didn't actually properly look at a map and think, well, what is that? Is that a problem? You know, maybe we should have a look at that. And what is such a shame is that there wasn't a train station built in conjunction with and around and connected to a skate park. I think it's a real missed opportunity. But we are where we are. And I think what's really unfortunate about all of this is that the debate, particularly online, has become really nasty, and there's been a lot of misinformation. It's actually been the most upsetting thing I've come across on council. And I think we all need to take a big deep breath and step back and have a think about that, how it's gotten to that point, including to have received this morning, actually, don't quote me if it was this morning, having received a letter dated the 27th of April from the president of the Windmill Sports Club, John Castrilli, that threatens legal action against the City of Bayswater. I've been advised it's not confidential. It does so on 3 bases. 1, a lack of due process to adequately inform decision-making. So when I look before me at the papers that I have, and when we look at how the extensive consultations have been summarised and synthesised and put before us on numerous occasions since September last year, so this has come to council on previously 4 occasions at least, not to mention all the committee meetings, I cannot see how there's been a lack of due process. And I'd like to thank the CEO and the city for all their hard work and all the detail that's gone into what we've got before us as decision makers. The second issue that was raised in this letter is an alleged disregard of extensive community engagement. So this is the problem with community consultation. Some people think if they scream the loudest, then they'll win, right? They'll get what they want. And that's not how it should work, right? Just because you might have heaps of people going out saying, I want this, I want this, I don't want this, I don't want this, doesn't make it persuasive. And so what I'm going to turn to in my comments is my synthesis, my attempt at trying to summarise up some of the arguments for and against. And I look for persuasiveness of arguments, not how many people are screaming or swearing at me or threatening legal action. So the third element, which I cannot go unaddressed, is an allegation that councillors, all councillors on this City of Bayswater, are basically, the wording is a bit strange, but conduct unbecoming of councillors in official proceedings and decision-making to deliver a predetermined outcome, brackets, apprehended bias. Now, what I take from that is an allegation against us that we are not taking our decision-making role seriously and that we don't come to this decision with an open mind. Now, I come to this decision with an open mind. We go through these documents, through these papers, and we weigh and we consider all the relevant considerations and we weigh up all of the different factors. To say that then something that you might have said before in a debate or how you might have voted in a committee, that is evidence of apprehended bias, no, that is merely an iterative decision-making. Anyone tonight can remake or make their decision in any way that they see fit, looking at the facts in front of them. And so I want to turn to some of the facts and some of the arguments now, because what I find persuasive, having looked at these papers and having looked at the synthesis and the summary of these public submissions and this process, is that there is an argument for, a very strong argument, I think, based on planning considerations, amenity, and a range of other considerations that I'll turn to, that this skate park should remain at Watton Reserve. And I know that will be upsetting to a number of people, particularly within the skate community, but I want to explain how I've come to that conclusion. First of all, it's the existing location. When we started this process, part of the feedback was it should remain where it is, that it is there. It has coexisted and been co-located with these clubs for a very long time and has done so in a perfectly happy fashion, right? So that's the first thing that I find persuasive. The second thing that I find persuasive is that it is close to a train station. Now, a lot of teenagers, a lot of kids, I don't know, they don't have their parents running them around in a car. I know my parents got me on the train as quickly as they could, so they didn't have to drive me around like a taxi driver. And if you want to go and skate with your mates, you'll catch the train and the bus. And why would that not go next to a train station? I think it's a perfect location and close to public transport. The other factor is that to move it from where it is now has a huge impact on the public open space that exists in another park. And it hadn't quite dawned on me, even after almost 4 years on council, how important this public open space is to us, that once you cut into it, death by 1,000 cuts, once you change it, it can never really go back. And as we get greater density, we're going to see more and more pressure on our parks and how we use those parks, and more people who are in apartments and smaller houses, only having a small courtyard or having no backyard at all, as we have hopefully more social housing and more affordable housing. It's not going to be as big as the quarter-acre blocks that we've had in the 1950s onwards. So your parks become your living space. And I've experienced this living in London. The parks were your backyard. So to really change that, and, to change that in terms of how people are using it environmentally, to change it in terms of how people are using it with dog on-lead and off-lead areas, I don't think we should underestimate that factor. And also, I really appreciated Councillor McKenna's previous discussions around the history of that particular site. I find that corporate knowledge really useful, where the car park has slowly encroached from Waves. Let's remember that this community around Broome are already sharing it with a recreation space. So is it fair to ask them to have even more, and particularly in a residential, what is a surrounding residential area? And the other thing is around noise and lights. And so it's interesting that, yeah, there's this strange connotation between skate parks and antisocial behaviour and graffiti and noise. I find it really funny because every time I see a skate park, I just see little kids on scooters, but perhaps I'm not there, late at night. And I want to acknowledge if people feel like that, they feel like that. So we need to address that and think about that. But I would much prefer to have noise and lighting near the Tonkin Highway and a railway station and a club, a soccer club that's probably already got its lights on it playing a game at night, than near a residential area. So I think that's really important. And then some of the arguments sort of the other way, this is where I find it less persuasive. A big part of the argument to move from Watton, particularly around some of the clubs, was around parking. Yet what the city has managed to show in the images within the papers is that there'll be more parking, not less. So it'll change, but overall you've still got more parking, not to mention all the parking near Metronet, which will be able to be used as well. Some of the arguments seem to be around that moving this will mean that the soccer can't, that the club can't reach sort of, international standards. Forgive me, I don't follow sport closely, as you all might have noticed. Which code are we talking about? No. So I don't think that this is going to hold them back. If anything, I think part of it is it's how we as a city and how the community then looks at these facilities and says, okay, well, as part of this, maybe we actually make it ready, Olympic standard, world standard. We can do an improvement. It's a hub. It is a sporting hub, and that is one of the benefits of it remaining in Watton Reserve. Some of the arguments around, again, graffiti and antisocial behaviour, really strange. It's already there. So I don't buy the argument that then somehow, and it is close, having walked through parts of it. It's not such a big space at Watton that you would never have experienced any of those things before if they are occurring. I think traffic is raised, and that actually does make sense to me. But I think we've actually got a broader issue around traffic around the train station, and we're already starting to see that in Bayswater. So I think there's more to be done that the city can do around that space. The idea about turning away money and accepting members, I really don't understand how this process is stopping any club from accepting members. So I'm happy to hear other views on that. But so essentially I'm open-minded, and I really enjoy hearing I will enjoy listening to the rest of the debate. But those are the factors that I'm considering as a decision maker that lean me towards voting for it remaining at Watton Reserve. And the idea that we would delay this and put this off again, I think is really detrimental. I think this has been really upsetting for a lot of people. Obviously, there's been a range of events that have occurred. It's not been a positive process, and I think we need to have a reflect on why that is and how that's come about, and make sure that this sort of opportunity doesn't become so negative again. I think that's really important. So I wanted to make sure, mainly to put my thinking on the record, but as I say, I'm open to listening to everyone else's ideas as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Any other councillor wish to speak? Yes, Councillor Ostaszewski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question, please.
Sure.
Skate park and BMX biking, is that a recreational activity or more of a formal sport?
I'll go to the relevant director or the CEO.
Can I say both?
Councillor, I think we're just going to the relevant officer just to respond.
Yep, through the chair, John Vines here, happy to answer that question. Obviously, BMXing is recognised as an Olympic sport. However, we need to be mindful in this concept, it is provided as a community sport facility. Yes, we've talked about and acknowledged and recognised that we've had the odd clinic, competition and coaching sessions facilitated within our existing skate park, but in this context, I feel we should be considering it as community recreation.
Thank you. And another question, if I may, please, Mr. Mayor. Is there a difference between a sporting hub and a community recreational leisure hub?
Who'd like to take that one? Manager again?
Sporting hub really is sort of recognised as a collective of sports clubs or sports activities. So again, examples of that within the city would be areas like Lightning Park, where you've got footy and T-ball coming together, or areas like R.A. Cook or Hillcrest, where you've got footy, cricket, and Gaelic football as an example coming together. A recreational hub is more a collective of people sort of participating in informal recreation. So again, I liken it sport to be formal, organised activity, coached activity, whereas recreation is more individualised and passive, an individual just doing with, you know, a friend or a small bunch of people. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. And one more, if I can, just to continue on with that then. So would you say that the Watton site is more akin for sporting hubs versus Broome Park being more for community recreational leisure purposes?
Yes, I would say that Watton Reserve is currently acknowledged as a sporting venue, a sporting hub.
Thank you. I will speak, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I can't remember if this was for or against.
We're up to against, but go ahead either way, Councillor.
Okay, cool. I think the arguments for and against and the pros and cons, we're going to hear across any of the locations that we get. And even with Councillor Earhart's foreshadowed, I just think if we do a plan for both locations, either way, we're still going to get people from Broome and from Watton not happy with either of them. So last week, one of the deputies said something quite critical for me, and they mentioned that they wanted councillors to have a hard think about what they wanted the area to look like in 10 years' time. And that was critical for me because we have been receiving so much information through our committee meetings and through the reports that we receive, that when I heard that, I went, that this is brilliant. Our role as a councillor is to plan for the future and to set the strategic direction. And I feel as though we need to consider that more so than the ins and outs of graffiti and public open space and parking, because all of those issues are going to happen no matter what. And a lot of those can be mitigated against. So I think as councillors, we need to be looking at this from a more strategic point of view. Are we creating a sporting hub, or are we trying to create a community leisure recreational hub? And where does a skate park fit into that? That's all I'd like to say for now on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak? Yes. Sorry, Councillor Palmer, do you have a question?
Thank you. Regarding the fact that skating is going to be an Olympic event, the fact that we've put a $2.5 million ticket on this, and BMX is also an Olympic event, isn't it, shouldn't it be correctly then a sporting event, and should be thought of like that because of so much money being spent? Can you ask John?
Yes, that's
Thank
fine.
you.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. And so we'll get this question answered and then I'll go to you, Councillor Johnson.
It is open to opinion and interpretation. Yes, BMXing is an Olympic sport, but that's sporting competition, a group of people competing and racing against each other. You can liken that to competitive cycling, the Tour de France, but equally you can get on your bike and do a recreational ride out into the Swan Valley. So it really is a difficult question to answer, and it's down to individual pursuits and aspirations in and around that sport or activity.
Thank you very much. That's answered it excellently. So it is a sport. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Johnson.
Thank you for that. Look, I think it is important to to respond and to talk about why I'm going to vote how I will, because there's been so much community interest and passion on this particular issue. And at the end of the day, at some point, we have to make a decision. It's one of the joys of being a councillor is we can't just sort of throw things to the sidelines. We're actually here to make a decision. And this is not an issue of our choosing. Metronet decided to put Morley Station on top of our skate park. I've said before, you know, that great line about paving paradise to put up a parking lot is literally true in this case. Planning control area, PCA 147, takes up all of this park in the neighbouring area. And in return, they're giving us $2.5 million, and we have had that confirmed to us on numerous occasions to build this amazing skate park and community facility. I've met with people at the skate park, and I've met with skaters. I've met with some of the neighbours. We've heard them giving deputations. We've read their emails. We've heard their questions tonight. Everyone is so passionate, and I feel confident that passion and commitment to community is going to make this a good process no matter how it goes. We have on the table two really great locations. They are 650 metres apart. In skating, I'm not a skater, but I understand skating wise, it's like 2.5 minutes apart. They're like really close. There's great locations. I can see the advantages, you know, the pros and cons of both. Having a skate park next to Bayswater Waves could be awesome. Having a skate park where it is currently is truly awesome, as well as it has been demonstrated over so many years. So I don't find this a difficult decision, but I do want to try and explain and go through some of the things that we've heard. We've definitely heard the skate park has coexisted for many years where it is now at Watton Park. And I've looked back at our city's aerial maps over the last so many years, because I love doing that. They're awesome. I encourage everyone to have a look at their neighbourhood and how it's changed over the years. Before there was a freeway, there was an itty-bitty soccer oval, and more or less every 10 years since the windmills formed. And I didn't make the connection between windmills and Dutch community, so obviously there's a great long connection there. So I do love a strip waffle and eating cheese, I will say. So I'm really happy that we have such a great connection with that Dutch community. It's changed every 10 years. We've had more ovals built, we've had the skate park built, and now, you know, 10 years after the last change of alignment, we're now looking at changing it again. I think every improvement in this location is a good one. We've seen some designs and examples of how the skate park can work in this location. And really, I think we need to just hand it over to our staff and to our advisory committees and the engineers and designers to make it work out. I'm not inclined to delay it. We've heard people asking us to delay it longer and people asking us to hurry it up. I think we've kind of got to that sweet spot now. We've got a lot of information in front of us and we've heard from a lot of people. We do have many things to consider, including, of course, importantly, the views of the skate committee. You know, we did ask them to make some recommendations, and they have. They've investigated a lot of places in the area, and understand why the skate committee has settled on Broome Park as their preferred location. But obviously, you know, when it comes to council, we have to consider some things that the committee may not have considered. At the residents around all of our parks, and the impact on our green spaces and the impact on our community of great facilities. I haven't been involved. I'm not a member of the Skate Advisory Committee, and it sounds like it's quite dysfunctional and it's been quite ugly. We've had threats, we've had lies, we've had outrageous hatred, and it's really disappointing. And I know people have already referred to that tonight. We have some great people nominated for that committee, and with great expertise and experience in skating. I really value their contribution, and look forward to what the the experts in our community can do with design of our skate park, because I think that's the most important thing. We had a question tonight that was around about the angst in community and division, and a call for looking for a positive engagement pathway forward. And I think it's disappointing to hear that from the chair of the committee, who could have had a really important role in building that positive way forward. We've had, what influenced me the most was a wonderful deputation from Rhiannon that we heard last week, where she talked about the importance of green space and the importance of green space in Embleton. She pulled out statistics about the green space in the area and also about the demographics of the area. And I found that really persuasive about the importance of green space, maintaining the green space at Brunav as it is now. And also not investigating other parks in the location, because it would have the same impact on neighbours. I understand the city's very pragmatic decision to recommend Broome Park. It might be simpler in a way than negotiating all of the user groups, but I really think our user groups, with their passion, and we'll come up with a really fabulous park. I would encourage all the groups to continue to talk about this and work towards a really great skate park, and the benefits, the increased amenity, the offerings, the better parking. We've seen plans that has parking close by the club for members of all abilities, and to really make the most of this investment, and embrace our amazing skating community, and the way they look after each other in the diversity of people that skate is just really exciting. From world champions to little kids. So I'm really excited about having a great skate facility in our area. And I'm not an idiot. I've been driving past this barren, empty car park almost daily for years. And I can't wait to see West Australia's best skate park at Watton Park.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McKenna.
First of all, apologies. I don't know if you can hear me or not. My internet's been breaking down all night, and I want to get my view across before I lose a connection. So can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. My thanks to the IT guys who have been in touch with me on the mobile phone a fair bit tonight. This has been a very difficult decision, but all big decisions for council are quite difficult. I have a lot of friends involved in the club at Watton. I also have many community people who have supported me over 30 years living around the aquatic centre. And I think they've taken the opportunity to phone me and get to me as much as they can. And apologies for several people I just didn't get a chance to get back to over the weekend. I was still getting calls and messages late last night. A very difficult decision. Number one, I'm not going to support any more delays. We've got to make a decision. So I'm going to make a decision tonight. Number two, I do know the people around the aquatic centre have put up with a lot. They've had to put up with the redevelopment of an aquatic centre. They have had to put up with encroachment of their car park. They have already put up with loss of green space. And it's been difficult. They've also had to put up with noise. They've also had to put up with speakers carrying sounds from aquatic functions happening over a number of years, but we have one of the best aquatic facilities in Western Australia. And it was a very interesting thing when we had to sell that all those years ago to build that aquatic centre where it was. But the key linchpin in that is we built it on the same site. For the soccer club, they are a tremendous and growing soccer club. The Sportsman's Club down there, the current president has done an awful amount of work to take that club from where it was a number of years ago. When the Dutchies first had it back in the 70s, it was a thriving club. And as the Dutchies got older and natural attrition took its toll, it started to lag, and now it's really growing again. They had a few setbacks. The Petanque Club was interesting. If people don't recall, we'd taken the ground out of the Petanque Club at Hampton Square West, and we had one of the biggest meetings on site, and they stopped the earth movers going through, even though we'd pulled up half the oval. which was a passive reserve, to turn into the Petong Club, and we had to very quickly find another place, and we came up with Watton Reserve. The Petong Club has been one of those tremendous clubs that have grown in a place that we had to come very quickly, and of course the soccer club had to wear that. We had it took us a long time, as you know, to put the skate club and the roller skating, or the skating that took place there. It took us a long time there, and it turned out to be one of the best and most used venues in the state, even getting the title as being the best in regional. I made a comment a couple of weeks ago, or a couple of months ago now, that I didn't know where the city's going to build this skate park, but I know it's going to be the best in the state. I know our lobbying behind the scenes has drawn an extra $1 million from the state. And Mr. Mayor, I'm very thankful for the work you did to say you've caused us this problem. You can't walk away from this problem. To the credit, the state government didn't. And we're all planning on a $1.5 million. Now we have a $2.5 million at our disposal to build. I was also very concerned that the soccer club was going to lose a huge amount of its parking space. Over the weekend, we've been presented with some concept drawings that says on each of them that we have the ability to increase the parking at the soccer club. And that to me was a game changer. I also know and believe that we can still do more for the soccer club if we are to relocate it, and we'll even keep the soccer club on Watton Reserve. Like last time with the soccer club, we spent a lot of money at the soccer club. We've done a lot of money in the interior and assisted the soccer club in helping it build up. I know everyone's waiting to hear what my decision is, and I know many of the Watton Reserve people want to know. I know there's certainly a huge group around Embleton who want to hear what my decision is. My decision is I'm going to keep it located where it is. I want the $2.5 million to be spent at Watton Reserve, and that'll be my decision. And if my IT line here falls out, please call me back and I'll vote that way. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Yes, Councillor Sutherland.
Hi, everyone. I'll try and keep this brief. I'm not going to support the change. I think, and I'll just go through a bit of background and then I'll give my reasons. So like Councillor Clark has said and a few others, I find that it's very sad that we've come to this conclusion. It's sort of become community against community. This skate park potential relocation has been on the agenda since September 2020, with resolutions going back and forth to have the skate park obviously in Central Ward and look at other sites, a number of other sites which were all rejected. Then we got a report from the Skate and Bike Advisory Committee to recommend a suitable place. And then in November last year, Watton was not the preferred place. By February, it got back to be the preferred place, or was put back on to do a feasibility study to make sure that we got the right place. Now that we've gone through all that, we're ignoring all the outcomes of the feasibility studies and the extensive engagement process and voting for what is not, in my opinion, the best option, but probably the least controversial. We're basically replacing a car park to put a skate park on another car park. To me, it doesn't make sense. And I just also want to say that this skate park will be used by the whole community, not just Central Ward people. As I said before, when this first came to council, I think Broome Park is a good area. I would like it to be a community hub, not just have people think of it as barbecues. It's not going to as one whole park as a skate park. It's not going to be the whole park. We still can have the greenery. We can have barbecues and seating. We can even put more trees around the edges so people can't see it if they don't like looking at concrete. To me, it makes sense. It's adjacent to a swimming pool, and there would be more passive surveillance here. as well as having lighting at night. And I know a few years ago I was instrumental in getting lighting on Edmondson, and people like having lighting around there. It does, you know, it doesn't have as much antisocial behaviour when you have got lighting. Other LGAs have got skate parks near aquatic centres or other clubs. We've talked about Stirling with the Belga Leisure Centre, Belmont, and also Vincent. And as Councillor Palmer talked about Vincent, Vincent is going great guns. It is a great council and very progressive, but they also have a skate park right next to residents because it's an inner city locale, and people are used to living with the noise. And can I also suggest to people living in Bourne Avenue and around Embleton, that is now seen to become more inner city. It's not an outer city area anymore. And when Morley, when the new plan comes in, I see the Bruin Avenue and the pool area, there's going to be changes to that when Metronet, when that plan comes about. So, you know, things won't be the same as they have been for 30 years, especially in that area, because it's changing quite a lot. The blocks are big and people are moving in. And I know people say, oh, well, we need the green space even more. But this part, people also have kids and they want to go somewhere close by to skate and have other recreation facilities. I also want to be an important voice for the kids. I think sometimes they get left behind. This area, Braun Park, is near John Forrest, near Embleton Primary School, and it's a great central location near, also not far from the shopping centre. To the windmills, to the sports club and the soccer club. There's been suggestion last week at deputations that the windmills are a big club and had too much say because they could just get their members to rock up and say yay or nay. But you've got to remember these people are also residents. They live in all areas of Bayswater, and they're also entitled to have an opinion, and they do a lot of work. It's not just one big organisation. They also have a proud history. I won't go too much into that. Councillor McKenna and a few others have talked about it. It's got one of the biggest buildings in the city to hire. We've put more panels on the top, solar panels to reduce their electricity bill, painted it out. The federal government, they got a grant from the federal government for a new kitchen. So everything's pointing in the right direction to hire it for better facilities. And I know with Morley Windmills and Naranda Sports Club, they always, if one club's booked on that day, they'll ring up and see if the other club wants it. So, you know, there's community liaison between two clubs, which is really good. In addition, with Neolander hopefully coming on board, that was a big thing for them. Like any organisation, they want to know if I bring my money in and members, what do I get for it? The car park was a big thing, the attraction for that. And these Neolander people like to go there because of the Dutch heritage, and it would make the club more financially sound, which we obviously need after going through our long-term financial plan. It would be good to see more clubs trying to be more financially sustainable. The club was very cohesive. The club was built by the members in 1973, opened in 75. The club did get the car park by the council, but most other things the club did itself. Most of the area's been neglected. The toilets are a disgrace still. But in the last couple of years, the council has come up and done a good job to try and keep that. And that's because the long-term plan is to get more people in to get the place more financially sustainable. I don't agree with last week. There was a suggestion that there couldn't be 2 grandstands in one local government area. I think there can be. And also I'd like to comment on the political aspect of this. Now, I don't need to tell the Mayor or some of the other councillors, but Metronet has had a disruptive effect on the city. And as I said, the Mayor's dealing with this all the time, whether it's Bayswater and a train station and also this. I know in the long term this is going to be good for the city, but at the moment we're making decisions and they're upsetting parts of the community. I haven't heard a whisper from the 2 local MPs on this in the public. I'm sure that maybe the mayor's talked to them privately, but I haven't heard, and I find this disappointing. And I just want to also talk about the bullying behaviour. Now, when you're a councillor, you do make, you make a decision. Some 49% of the population might not like it. They get online and go, brrr, But I don't think Facebook, firstly, in my opinion, is no good mechanism to worry about what people say and make a decision on that or think about it. To me, Facebook, someone described it aptly. It's like firing rubber bullets at a Sherman tank. You just keep going, and you're not getting anywhere. So I don't really find Facebook a great medium to look at what people are thinking. It's always good just to put your decisions out there. I know some of the things that can be said are hurtful. I've had a lot of things said about me over the past so many years when I've been in council. But I just let it go through to the keeper. And a lot of it is democracy as well. People, if they don't want to vote, if they say they're not going to vote for you, well, that's not being bullying. That's democracy. They don't want to vote for you. That's too bad. You just go on to the next thing. Okay, and I just also want to reiterate, I'm hoping the residents realise that the new master plan for the railway stations, not just at the station at Watton, it does include Braun. So as I said, in 10, 20 years, it might not look like the way it does now anyway. Maybe it's all just too hard. Maybe we should give the money to Swan and let them put the bigger skateboard next to skate park next to Eltone Park, because they've got one near there. But I'm not sure, but I can't support this. But anyway, thanks for listening, everyone.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak in favour? Councillor Peterson-Pitt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay. Look, firstly, I would like to clarify, if it's really needed, that I do not have any conflict of interest on this issue. I don't know anyone related or around Watton Reserve or anyone around or related to Boone Park, not to the state government, not to any party. I came to this decision in open mind because we did hear during the last several months lots of deputations around those issues. So I wanted to make it clear. Look, I do find this a tough decision to make, especially because of the officer's recommendation and the results of some of the consultation processes that we had. So I want to make it clear that I don't take this lightly. We have 2 options before us today, only 2. And after taking into consideration the officer's report and the additional information that we received last week, my conclusion is so far to lean towards Watton Reserve as the preferred site. Whether it is a great location for a skate park, probably not. But I think it is a better location than Boone Park. And this is what I compare to. With regards to the Morley Windmills Soccer Club, I do want to mention that I do appreciate the efforts to become more financially sustainable, which is something that we do try to get all the clubs towards. I do understand some of the concerns, but the officer's report addressed many of them. There will be an impact, some impact, obviously, but it will be a lesser impact overall than what I think will be the impact for if we will locate the skate park in Boone Park. With regards to the advisory committee, I also wanted to make a few comments. I do thank the members of that committee and appreciate their value and contribution. I can say about myself, I did consider their views and their comments. But I do want to make a general comment. As someone who was a committee member, a member of an advisory committee, I do know that the consideration that members of committees, the considerations that they take into account are not the same as what councillors do. And it's important to acknowledge that. And I remember that funding, we will have to face the funding in the budget. Residents, impact on residents, we are the ones who will have to talk to the residents and address their concerns. No one else and no committee members will do that. And many other considerations. I do understand the general notion that came from the committee of having two facilities, Bayswater Waves and a skate park close to each other. I do understand it and support it in general. But again, in light of all the considerations that I will continue to speak about shortly, I don't think it is the right location. If Broome Park was bigger in a different area, perhaps, but not in this location. I would like to break down this issue into various elements and speak about them. Firstly, I would like to make it clear that I support having a skate park. If Broome Park was the only possible option, I would have supported it as well, because I strongly believe that this kind of facility is very important for our community and especially for our youth. One of the committee members recently shared with me that if we are not going to support the Broome Park location, then it might be better to pass on the money to another local government. And we also heard it just now from one of the councillors. So I want to make it clear that I do not support that. That money should stay in the city of Bayswater for the city of Bayswater residents to enjoy. So this is something I strongly support. I think it is quite obvious that we will not find many locations that are going to be supported by residents who are living nearby. But what is interesting that with regards to Watton Reserve, most of the residents who were consulted supported it. I do find it very rare and interesting aspect that came up in the officer's report that from my perspective is a great advantage. We will not find something like that, a reserve that residents will be supported. In Watton Reserve, the majority, as was indicated, are supportive, they don't mind. And probably because they are used to it. They are aware of the skate park, they know what it means. So that is a great thing. As was mentioned, Watton Reserve is known as a sporting reserve. The skate park is currently there. People know that it is there. Those who live there around it are aware of it. There is merit to keep it there if it is possible. The officer's report and the additional information that was provided by the officers last week clearly indicate that there is space for the skate park in Watton Reserve. There shouldn't be any accessibility or safety issues. As I said, I do acknowledge that there will be some impact on the Moldy Windmills Soccer Club. And they indicated in the deputation that the main issue would be the loss of parking bays and the distance of people walking from the parking bays to the club. But again, the officer's report indicated clearly that there won't be any loss of parking bays. On the contrary, there will be new parking bays. The new train station, again, as was mentioned, I do find it a big advantage in terms of allowing people, and particularly children, to catch the train to get to the skate park without needing to cross any road. The free car park on the weekends at the station will also allow more people to access the reserve if it is for future events at the skate park or for the soccer games in the future. With regards to Broome Park, there is an obvious and clear, I should say it differently, it's obvious that there will be an impact on the parking around Broome Park. And that was indicated by the officers themselves last week. They already signaled that during events and in peak time, there is shortage of parking bays and people already park on the reserve. We are going to spend $10 million on Bayswater Waves. I don't want to see anything that will limit the growth of that facility. People drive to go to Bayswater Waves. Families with the bags. If there won't be enough parking bays, people will not come. I know that I will not drive, and I do go to Bayswater Waves sometimes with my family, as well. We go all around the metro area. We will not go to any place, to any water facility if there won't be sufficient parking bays. So for me, that risk is one of the biggest ones. One of the committee members provided me, again, last week, a proposal that came from some of the committee members that they already sent to the city with how to resolve the parking issue. And then I saw a photo of Broome Park divided to two. Half will be new parking bays and half will be the rest. I do not support that. I do not support the loss of parking space like that. I do have issues, as others mentioned, on the impact on residents. There will be funding implications with both options. We already know that we will need around $250,000 just for the toilets. And we will separately need to upgrade at some point the toilets at Water Reserve. So we are doubling up some of the facilities here, which I'm concerned about. Parking in Broome Park. When I asked the officers last week, what's the plan for that? They mentioned that some people might be able to park in Water Reserve to go to Bayswater Waves. There might be a shuttle. They're not sure. So it leads me to the conclusion that the recommendation to go with Broome Park hasn't been assessed well, and those implications are not known, and that concerns me. With regard to the engagement, none of the consultation, community consultation processes had what we have in front of us. None of them had the feasibility study. So I don't know what the community or even the advisory committee, what would have been their views on that. And definitely I think there is, and it was already indicated, there were issues with some of the consultation, especially the recent one. There was an engagement before the feasibility study was even prepared, which I think it was a mistake. So I did take the comments that people provided, which I think are valuable, but you can see over and over that most of the concerns for people who rejected Water Reserve is about the parking. They all think that there will be loss of parking bays. Even today, at the beginning of the meeting, we had several questions about the loss of parking bays, but the report shows differently. And this is why I find this decision difficult. There is community consultation that we are asked to look at, but it's not in relation to what we actually have on the table. It on the basis of previous information. I'll finish by saying a few more things. The officers, as mentioned in the report, decided to recommend Broome Park on the basis of that engagement. And as I mentioned, I think that was the wrong recommendation. I think when I read the officers' report and after I listened to the officers' advice, my conclusion was Broome Park is not the best location. Those who have led the campaign on behalf of the skating community seem to ask that they asked us two things. They did want to put it in Broome Park, and they did want us to make decisions now. We were criticized over and over for deferring the decisions because we wanted to get more information, which I personally find very disappointing. We deferred it from December because we had councillors saying we need more time, we need more information, and we were criticized for that. And then in February, we wanted a feasibility study. We were criticized for that. So I do support making a decision today. I don't want this council to be criticized again for deferring a decision. But I will not support the Broome Park option. Lastly, I just want to acknowledge again and echo some of the comments that were mentioned with regard to the funding. We received $2.5 million from the state government, and I do thank them for that. I'll be the first one to criticize when we need to criticize. This is a cause for celebration, and it is a pity that there is so much talk around the negativity, and maybe because the money, we received it so quickly. If I can mention a different project, Mellon's Woodland. I haven't had one person talk to me being upset about the fact that it will take 2 years to refurbish the site. But I had so many comments from the skating community with anger why it takes us so long to make the decisions, even though they know that we're asking for more information. So I think it is a pity. Maybe it is because the state government actually was so generous and there wasn't any action group and any fight. They just gave us the $2.5 million with the help of the mayor. Thank you, Mayor. And I think that is great. And I think this is what we need to remember, that the biggest issue here, the funding, has been resolved quickly. So I do hope that we can resolve the location issue and move on to the design. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor, did you want to make any remarks? Okay, so you make some remarks. I will, then we'll go to the mover to close, and then we will take our Radford rule break, which we're a little bit late on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'd just like to begin by acknowledging everyone who has spoken up to let us councillors know their views on this matter. I understand the stress this item has caused for many people in our community, including some of my fellow councillors. And it's been disappointing to hear about the toxic conversations online between some stakeholders. This culture needs to change. Threats and intimidation are never okay. The councillors around this table don't deserve it. Nobody deserves it. As a community, we are better than this. And, you know, I hope it never happens again. Addressing what's on the table with the motion before us, there's nothing in this report, nothing from the Skate Park Committee, nothing from the community consultation, and nothing from the city, which indicates or even suggests to me that Wotton North is the best location. It's been suggested that it's already the existing location, so there shouldn't be any problem with it, which I think is quite misleading. It's not the existing location. The new location of Wotton North has a completely different impact on the club and the functions of the club. I went and had another look today, one last look, to see, you know, if it could fit. And what really stuck out to me was the difference in the topography of the land that we're talking about, where the car park is. You're comparing the existing skate and BMX facilities, which is in a sunken location. So when the players are on the field that is the east-west orientation, they can barely see any of the skate park or the riders. Moving it to the Wotton North location, it's going to be raised. So when you've got a competitive game of soccer happening on that field, in their line of sight when they're going for goal, there is going to be a skate park, BMX riders and all that. So if this does get up, I'll be really interested to see how the design is going to mitigate that, because I think it'd be very distracting for a competitive game of soccer. I really don't see it being the best location. I think the skate park in Wotton North will have a detrimental impact on the amenity, viability and growth of the Morley Windmills Sporting Association. And whilst the footprint of the skate and BMX park may fit in the northern part of the car park, it does not provide space for necessary elements such as an adequate buffer zone from the soccer field, an area, it doesn't provide space for an area for parents and spectators to gather safely to watch the skaters and BMX riders, or space for any other complementary facilities such as barbecues, shaded areas, or children's playground. For those reasons, I don't support it as the location. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll just make a few remarks and then we'll go to the mover to close. Thanks. It's been excellent listening to the various arguments and viewpoints, and they have been varied and wide and have been very helpful for me. I thought I'd just cover off a couple of items and then speak a little more generally. So there was a comment around the need for ACROD bays for the Morley Windmills club. No doubt we can have discussions with the club around what additional ACROD bays they need and how to get them in. I know that the city is very forward in thinking about how to provide that kind of infrastructure for the people who need it. So let's start those discussions ASAP. And then in terms of strategic decisions, for me, the protection of public open space is a strategic decision. And so in deciding my vote, it includes what the likely impact is of existing public open space. I took a promise to the public that I would do what I can to advocate for the protection of public open space and green space. And I do think that is an important strategic position to take. So I will be supporting what is on the table this evening. I think that there is a fantastic opportunity here for a state-of-the-art skate, bike, scooter facility to be delivered in actually a strategic location within the Central Ward. This corner is a key element to the amenity of the area, and we know that this area is going to change. It's about to go through a transformational change, and so as part of that, I think it is more important than ever to be thinking about what happens on this corner. The way in which we can think about that changes as a consequence of the feedback that we got from this feasibility, because the club has made it clear that car parking is an ultra important non-negotiable for their success, for their sustainability. And the feasibility came back confirming that there will be car parking retained and in fact increased as a consequence of this facility going in. If you stand there and look at the car park, I think even if council didn't support what was on the table, we would need to have a discussion with the club about how to better utilise that area in terms of car parking, because I think there are probably more efficient ways to do car parking in that spot. However, as a strategic site within the Morley-Embleton area, having a skate park built right there will actually improve the amenity, I believe. It is tarmac now. It's important for the club, but like I said, the feasibility ensures that the car parking is retained, and we'll be able to have something really interesting that is not only great for the people who pursue these sports, which is really important, but also great for the amenity of the area that really needs it, and will, I believe, need it more so as the development of the train station progresses. I've already had one discussion with the president of the club about how to look for opportunities to improve their club rooms and their facilities there, and he's indicated to me that he's happy for me to start the discussions around opportunities there, and I thank him for engaging with me around that, and they have been very positive discussions. And if council does support what's on the table this evening, I'll continue to have those discussions with other tiers of government to seek opportunities to improve their facilities that they have there. I have made a concerted effort to ensure that I hear from a broad range of people who have interests directly in these areas, and also people throughout the district who may not have a direct interest. So I've spoken to people from the club, I've spoken to people who are involved in skateboarding and BMX and who are connected to scootering. I've spoken to people who live around Broome Park as well. I've spoken to people who utilise Bayswater Waves people, and I've also spoken to people who have no connection to the direct connection to these areas, but live in the district and have a view and have an opinion. And that has all been helpful as I proceed forward in this decision. Ultimately for me, on balance, I think there is an opportunity to deliver a fantastic facility that will complement the existing users at Watton Reserve, potentially bring more people into that area to enjoy that pristine, beautiful area, maintaining the non-negotiable, which is the car parking, and ensuring that the people who live near Broome Park continue to have access to that public open space. It's really key. There are plenty of other reasons why I have come to this conclusion, but I'll start repeating other people. So I've tried to just touch on a few additional points that have helped me get to this point. And with that, I'll go to the move to close.
Thank you. Thanks to all the councillors for their comments. There's been some really interesting comments made. I think probably the one that stuck with me the most is this is really sad. It should be a time for celebration. It's very disappointing that it's not. I just want to touch on a couple of points about the figures that going from 2.5 million to 1.8, if we have it at Watton, there's going to be additional costs at any venue. There's going to be infrastructure needs. So the 2.5 million was given to include all of those infrastructure changes, regardless of where it's going to be put. There were comments about Neerlandia being, not wanting to go to windmills because of the uncertainty. I don't understand that. There's going to be great parking. There's going to be close parking. I didn't say that all the people were athletes. I said that there was a proportion that are athletes, and not all the parking is 120 metres away. There's ample parking near the building. Just looking at the indicative plans that we saw. As far as the engagement goes, yes, there was a great campaign run by the Broome people, and I think they did a really good job of getting the community on board. But I think that there was a lot of outrage generated by cut and paste images, scaremongering and misinformation. I'd like to also thank the committee. The committee was mentioned a few times by various councillors. They did a great job. They do have knowledge, but the committee's job is to recommend, not dictate. I just want to reiterate that. Petitions, I have my doubts about the way that some of those signatures were obtained. The designs that we've seen, no, they might not be exact, but we keep hearing about the great creative designs that, and the people that are on the committee that have great ideas. I have confidence in them. I have confidence that they can make this location fantastic. We can't have a massive park. Other local governments that were mentioned by some of the councillors, some particular council, I can't remember who exactly, talked about great skate parks that have a huge amount of space. We don't have that space. The Morley Precinct Plan was mentioned. In my opinion, this is going to be a bonus, both for the club and for the skate park. Transport. I can imagine that there's going to be good transport, the elixir of life, coffee, at cafes around the place. Skating parents are going to love that. Traffic increase is already being addressed by Metronet. Getting my tongue tied up. I see an amazing skate park at Watton. I see an amazing BMX track. I see a thriving windmills club with potentially improved facilities. This is going to be a fantastic community hub with transport, cafes in the future, good parking. Councillor Clark's comments about it should be a celebration. It should be. We've got such an opportunity here, but the narrative's been hijacked by loud voices. We need to think about the community as a whole, not just the loudest voices. Councillor Ostaszewski is right. Someone's going to be unhappy. Whatever we decide, someone's going to be unhappy. But never. And Councillor Sutherland mentioned that we shouldn't take notice of comments on Facebook. Well, no, we shouldn't. But never before have I experienced such targeted and poisonous vitriol as I have with this issue, and that's not acceptable. And you might say, let it wash off. Yes, that's fine. Let it wash off, but there's still no excuse for that kind of behaviour. It's very, very poor. It has set community against community, but we need to get over that. We need to compromise and we need to work together. Comments about passive surveillance. Does that mean that the residents are then in charge of surveillance and they have to ring security every time there's a problem? I don't think that's the right thing to put on residents. I don't think the kids are going to miss out on anything. I think the kids are going to be the beneficiaries of this project. Sorry, I'm coming to an end. I know this is a difficult decision. It's been really difficult. Don't think that any of the councillors haven't agonised over this decision. So to the Windmills Club, to the skate community and to the BMX community, we are thinking of all of you. We are trying to make a decision that is the best for the whole community. We don't want to distract football players, but we don't want to distract residents that live 24 hours a day in their homes that they love. So I would urge you to vote for Watton as a replacement, as a venue for the replacement skate park. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That is Councillor Johnson, Councillor Gray, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Clark, Councillor Palmer, Councillor McKenna and myself. Those against, please raise your hands. That's Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Earhart and Councillor Pifaretti. So Councillor Gray's motion is adopted. Councillors will now take a 5-minute recess in line with the Radford rule, and we will be back at 10:24. Thank you. Okay, how are we going? Nearly have quorum. So hopefully Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Earhart, the Deputy Mayor is not too far away. Okay, councillors. Councillor Earhart hasn't joined us. You're back. Councillors will reconvene. It's 25 minutes past 10. Next item, the subject of a deputation was item 10.4.5. 10.4.5 on page 424, proposed change of use to showroom, warehouse and office and associated signage. No one has pulled this one. Do I have someone who's happy to move the officer's recommendation? So yes, Councillor Earhart moving. Do I have a seconder? This Councillor Palmer seconding. Councillor Earhart.
Yeah, I'm actually not. I'm not going to talk on this item. I think it's pretty self-explanatory.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Palmer.
Yes, I ditto that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against this one? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, raise your hands. And that is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. The next item, the subject of a deputation, is 10.4.9. Sorry. 10.4.9 on page 581. That's proposed construction of Eddens Close, Bedford. This was pulled by Councillor Earhart. What would you like to do, Councillor?
I just pulled it to vote against it.
Okay. Do I have someone who wishes to move this one? Or an alternate? Yes, Councillor Sutherland's moving it. Do I have a seconder for this one? I don't have a... Yes, Councillor Gray. Councillor Sutherland.
I've got nothing to say about it. I'll just move it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gray?
Not much other than I think we just need to get it done. Can't leave it the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Earhart, did you wish to speak? No? Anyone wishing to speak against? I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Gray, Councillor Clark, Deputy Mayor and myself. Those against, please raise your hands. That's Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Earhart. Did I miss one there? I'll just double check with the CEO. You got that?
I think we've lost Councillor McKenna again, have we?
Okay.
He's coming back on now.
Okay, that's where I got confused. I'll just put this to the vote again. So, Councillor McKenna, we're just going to recommit this for a vote just for clarity for 10.4.9 on page 581. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That's Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Gray, Councillor Clark, Councillor Piffretti, Deputy Mayor, and Councillor McKenna. Those against, that's Councillor Peterson-Pick and Councillor Earhart. Yes. Okay. Thank you. So I think that's all the items are subject of deputations, councillors. So we'll jump back to the top. 10.1.1, the very first item. That is on page 21. This was pulled by Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I will be moving the officer's recommendation this one, but I was going to say I'm happy that if this one event proceeds this year,
sorry, Councillor Johnson, we'll just get a seconder. Sorry. Yes, Councillor Clark seconding. Please go ahead, Councillor Johnson. Thank you.
My apologies. Thank you. Okay. It's you know, as one of the major metro councils, it's really important that Bayswater is represented there. So I'm very happy to support that. As disappointing as it means, it sends council meetings back a bit, but it's important to me there.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
I'd agree. I think the value of it, even though we can Zoom and do things online post-COVID, the value of an in-person meeting should never be underestimated. One comment I do want to make is it would be great as part of LIM 3 to see the city and the mayor include expressly homelessness and some of the action items that are in our homelessness strategy, subject to obviously council vote tonight, into the advocacy strategy, because I think part of the fix for homelessness, particularly here in Perth, is that councils can't do it alone. We wouldn't have the funds to build social housing or to build tiny housing and do affordable housing. It is well and truly the realm of state and federal government to put some more money into it and to build more housing, particularly given some of the COVID rental restrictions that are coming off and the difficulty that a lot of people are finding themselves in to find secure housing.
Thank you, Councillor. And I know you've also raised this directly with the CEO as well. So thank you for that. Anyone wishing to speak against this? Oh, no. Councillor Sutherland would like to make some remarks?
Oh, I want to speak for it.
Go for it.
Oh, okay. Look, no, I think this is always a good idea. It's good to have 3 people. You can see 3 times as many people, ministers or advisors. I think also we all like politics here, or we wouldn't be in the council. But just to put it on record that politically, Perth or Bayswater is now going to be a more marginal seat with the boundary changes, the proposed boundary changes, which will be endorsed in August. Bayswater will be federally more marginal. Perth will go down to 3%, and part of Bayswater is also going to be a New Cowan seat, which is even more marginal. So that means that, you know, hopefully we'll get further up the ladder to see people, because that's how it works. That's my 2 cents worth of it anyway.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wish to make remarks on this one? I will go to the mover to close. Anything to add? No? Excellent. I'll put this straight to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. And that is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We'll now jump to item 10.2.3, investment report. Councillor McKenna has a financial interest on this one. So the minute taker can put Councillor McKenna into the waiting room. That would be great. Thank you. That's happened. Okay, 10.2.3. Investment report on page 80. Do I have someone who's happy to move this? Thank you, Councillor Peterson-Pick. Do I have a seconder for this one? Councillor Palmer. Councillor Peterson-Pick, anything? Councillor Palmer, anything? Anyone else? I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? And that is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. If Councillor McKenna can be returned. Actually, now that Councillor McKenna has returned, I note that the next item to be considered is item 10.2.6, which Councillor McKenna has also declared a financial interest on. So apologies for that. Thank you. 10.2.6. Do I have someone who would like to move the officer's recommendation? Something else that's on? Councillor Gray moving the officer's recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Not at all that. Councillor Clark seconding. Councillor Gray.
Thank you. Thank you to the officers for this. I think that Lim 3 asking about clarification on the state compensation program, I think that's very pertinent. The state government need to be taking responsibility for any compensation, not the city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
I think this is a really good outcome from what motion that the Deputy Mayor moved. And I want to thank the Deputy Mayor for moving this, because I think what we've done here is actually fleshed out how can we give the support. Like we're probably in furious agreement as a council that we need to support local businesses when these train stations, when the train station construction comes, and Bayswater is just the first as well. So, I mean, I think I'm acutely aware that we have literally a number, you know, at least another couple of train stations up the line that will experience this. And I can only hope that as we do each train station, or as Metronet does each train station, it gets better. The process gets better and clearer and quicker, because I think it's really important that all the businesses are supported. I think the key thing, and this is a little bit nerdy and a little bit policy, but how you deliver this stuff is really important. Whether it's really fascinating on page 248 to see that in 2017, it was the City of Stirling was provided them through an ex gratia payment rather than through a rating exercise. So, so I think that's, and sort of fee waivers and things. How you deliver some of these concessions really does matter. It matters in terms of service delivery. It matters in terms of risk. It matters in terms of economic incentives and where the intent, who are you trying to help, and who are you trying to assist in your process. So I think it's crucial that the state government clarifies what the compensation requirements are, and I think that will be really important also for all the future train stations. And I think this is a space that we'll, as a council, need to keep working on as to how we can support local businesses as there's more construction in the area.
Thank you, Councillor. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Piffredi.
Thank you. I'll just keep it brief and firstly start by thanking the officers for putting together this report. I found it really informative and I'm glad that we're able to get this information. So thank you. And just to echo Councillor Clark's comments in terms of, you know, what other mechanisms there are available to us to be able to support our businesses. Thanks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Anyone wishing to speak against this? Councillor Gray, anything to close? Okay, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We lost Councillor McKenna again. He's slipping away.
He had an interest, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, of course. I know what's going on here. It's all right. I'm fully on top of what's going on. If we could ask Councillor McKenna to return. Welcome back, Councillor McKenna. The officer's recommendation was adopted. Next item that was pulled is the next item, 10.3.3, Irvine Street Verge Bollards on page 334. Councillor Earhart, you pulled this one. What would you like to do?
I'd like to move an alternate on this one, please.
Have you sent the wording through any chance?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
But it'd be something in line with option 2, but removing at the cost of the applicant and adding in a further limb to discuss with the applicant about planting of verge, about having City of Bayswater verge trees planted in the area as well.
Okay. I will ask the CEO if it's possible to get something quickly put together based on option 2 and the feedback from Councillor Earhart, and then for that to be shared with councillors. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. In relation, I guess an option for this one might be simply that council approves the installation of the bollards on the verge, and the city to consult with the applicant in terms of other other plantings to be undertaken. Something along those lines, I think, would address it.
Okay, thank you. Is it possible to get some drafting into the chat for councillors to be able to see? That would be great. Thank you. Councillor Hart, if you can have a read of that and confirm if you're happy with it.
Yep. Does that cover off who's paying for it?
Just go to the CEO.
It'd be.
It doesn't specifically identify who will pay for it, but if you want to include that, it's at the cost of the city. Will just have to be added into Lim 1.
Yep.
Approves the installation of the bollards on the verge at number 9 and 11 to 13 at number 9 and 11 to 13 Irvine Street, Bayswater, with cost to be borne by the city. Would it be possible to get that updated and just circulated, just so all councillors can see it? Are you seconding, Councillor Palmer?
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question?
We'll just get this drafting up.
Yep, that's fine.
Councillor Palmer, is your question in relation to?
Yes, Councillor Earhart actually said the applicant, at cost to the applicant.
No, she said cost to be borne by the city.
I thought she said cost to the applicant. Sorry, I apologise.
Okay,
thank you.
No problems. Do I have a seconder for this one? Oh, Councillor, sorry. No, I didn't. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Ostaszewski seconding. Councillor Earhart.
Thank you. Ordinarily, I wouldn't be suggesting that the city pay for anything like this. However, I think that this is one of those unique situations that has to be looked at individually. You know, it's one of those things that since I was first elected in 2015, I've been aware that this particular applicant has been deputised by the city in order to be able to issue parking infringements. I don't know how many years prior to that actually occurred. I know that it's at least 6 years that this applicant has been issuing car parking fines on behalf of the city for people that are parking in this area because for whatever reason, the rangers don't get out there in time or whatever it is. So it's put an undue burden on this applicant. And I don't know how much revenue that alone has brought in for the city in terms of parking fines, but I know that this is a very emotional issue because not only between the car parking, but the situation as of the West Ward councillors be aware of what's happening, and maybe some of the other councillors as well, what's happening with the property next door. I think this is a powder keg, and I think that the city in this instance and we as a council have to do something to help alleviate this situation there, which I fear is going to continue to implode. It has been an undue burden on the ratepayer. You know, and if the simple solution to help alleviate that is to put in some bollards, then I think that that is the least that we can be doing to alleviate that. I would like to see the addition of street tree there in consultation with the landowner. The Verge can definitely take it there, and it would be good to see some more greenery on that street as opposed to just car bodies littered everywhere. whether they're temporarily parked or in some cases more permanently parked there. For those that aren't aware of this situation, it has been a very long ongoing situation, and I think it's the least that we can do as a city for the amount of work that this applicant has actually done for us in terms of issuing fines.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ostaszewski. No. Anyone wishing to speak against? Deputy Mayor?
I have a question.
Yes, please.
So through the chair, can I just clarify, I can't see anywhere in the report that states that the applicant or owner of the property has the authority to issue fines and that they have been conducting that task on behalf of the city. Could I just seek clarification if that's in fact true?
Yeah, sure. I'll go to the Director.
Through the chair, I'm not aware of that either. I know that there's an agreement between the landowner and the city's rangers in terms of the arrangements to come out and to infringe, but my understanding is that he hasn't got the actual authority to infringe.
Could I just a follow-up question? Is that something that the city can do and has done previously somewhere else, given someone the authority to do that?
Not as far as I'm aware.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'll just have a follow-up question. I would be interested to just get some clarity around that, because the feedback that I have received from this person as well is that they have been issuing fines. So just wonder if we could, what is actually being issued?
My understanding through the chair is that the city's rangers still do the infringements on that property, but I need to take that on notice to clarify exactly what is the arrangements there.
Okay. I think Councillor Peterson-Pick and then Councillor McKenna. Peterson-Pick.
Just a question. So what does the city actually propose to mitigate the issues that the person is complaining about? So what is the solution here? So the city is objecting, approving the bollards, but what are they planning to do?
Through the chair.
You're on mute, Des.
Can you hear me through the chair?
Yes.
Okay, so my understanding is that there's parking, the neighbouring property does park, or there's parking, unauthorised parking on the verge. And there is, as I said, I thought there was an arrangement between the owner and the city in terms of infringements. So I think it got to the stage where I think the owner requests other alternative means of trying to address the unauthorised parking on the verge, and they see it as a request to actually put the bollards to try to alleviate that issue.
I understood that point, thank you. But they are saying, and the city is acknowledging that there are ongoing issues, and they're asking for the bollards as a solution, which the city objects to. So what is the solution from the city? Just to continue the ordinary enforcement? Is this the only solution?
I'm not the acting director of Works and Infrastructure may be able to help with this one, but my understanding is that if the intention is for council or the city to continue with doing the infringements as required in regards to this property.
So I'll go to Councillor McKenna, who has a question, then I'll go to Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through the appropriate director, it does concern me that we know or don't know of someone issuing infringements. Can we just widen that a little bit? The last group I know who were given the right to issue infringements were the security guards at the Galleria, And that stopped a long time ago. So can we have an audit? I know it's an operational matter, but it'd be wise for councillors to know, should we get phone calls saying a person's been deputised and we don't know about it? So just to follow up to that, the thing that concerns me, I think it's appropriate to have bollards, but I did not know about someone given the right to have a ranger's infringement booklet, and that to me just seems strange. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I add?
Please.
Yeah.
I've just spoken to Elan, and what he's saying that no one has delegated power to issue infringements in the city, and what they do is they act on photos and or a phone call, but he couldn't tell me roughly how many fines they've issued. So that would be taken on notice. So I just,
thank you.
If I can get him back on the phone, if you're seeking more clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I'll go to Councillor Clark and then I'll go to Councillor Earhart for a query.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question as well. If the city were to bear this cost rather than the applicant, what would that cost be?
Who would like to respond to that one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've estimated roughly, there's not a lot out there. It's probably about somewhere between, it's about $1,000 at the most.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Earhart, question?
Yes, well, it's a question. I've just gone through some of my records here because at one stage I was being CC'd in a lot of them. And it looks like some sort of joint agreement that is being sent out, City of Bayswater Ranger Services private property complaint, where they take down all of the details, the time of the event, and say that they'll act as attend as a court for a witness. So it looks like the actual issuer is the city, but it's acting on a complete 2-page report from the ratepayer per instance that this occurs.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councillor Palmer, query?
Thank you. I'm just concerned that on option 2, approves the installation of bollards at the cost of the applicant, and it gives the measurements and everything like that as to why that can't be part of the motion, simply because we're causing a precedent in allowing the city to pay for somebody else's bollards, and yet the city have, on that option 2, advised that they would like to see the cost of the given to the applicant. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillors wishing to speak on this one? Yes, Councillor Clark.
Actually, I just had a broader question. Are the city officials aware, is this part of a broader sort of neighbourhood dispute issue? So if this is fixed, then perhaps another problem arises?
Would like to respond to that?
Obviously, without going into anything confidential or anything like that, and sensitive, but.
Through the chair, my understanding is that there is difference of opinion or these issues there. To what extent, I'm not sure to what extent though.
Councillor Earhart, did you want to respond to that question?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I've got to say something to that, because I don't think it is a difference of opinion. This is, the next door neighbour has been in the newspapers quite a few times, and the city has taken this business to court. So that's not a difference of opinion. Sorry.
So I might just make a few comments, because I've been CC'd into a number of emails as well, and the applicant has conveyed to me different experiences that he has had, including a recent one which resulted in him writing to the city to request this, council to request this. And what he has conveyed to me is that for a number of years there's been issues with customers of the next door neighbour parking their cars on their property or in no standing or no stopping areas out the front of their property, and which has resulted in numerous fines, and that what they're starting to notice is some of those people who are receiving those fines are responding by, in this particular instance, by tearing up their verge, going on their verge and doing burnouts on their verge. And he did show me some footage of his CCTV where there was someone who did drive an SUV onto the verge and teared it up. And for me, the concern was, yeah, we don't want this happening in terms of the damage, but equally, this car was driving, looked really fast up and down Irvine Street and actually nearly hit someone on Irvine Street. So I think, there's probably a complexity around the nature of all of this, but equally, I think there is a fair argument for council to consider whether bollards could be placed in here to try to alleviate some of the damage. There are bollards on other council verges around the city, and it's almost like the red car syndrome. I never noticed them until this came forward, but I did notice bollards outside a property on Beachborough Road South actually recently, just where that canine doggy daycare was, that actually has bollards out the front of it. When I saw that, when this was coming to council, I touched base with the acting director around the history of that, but it does go a fair way back, and so I was unable to get that information because it wasn't available. But that's clearly been around for quite a number of years, and I haven't really seen much kind of rollout of lots and lots of bollards on verges. So I'm unsure whether a precedent would be set as a consequence of this. And I'll leave my comments there. Councillor Peterson-Pick and then Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Look, I would like to foreshadow a different motion, which is the same as the one that we have in front of us, but the difference is that the cost will be borne by the ratepayer. And this is, I'm less concerned about the sum of money. I'm more concerned about the consistency and the precedent. And this is what the office has requested, and that if we do go and approve it, the cost will be borne by the applicant. So I think that's a better move if we are going through that path. So this is my motion here.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Oh, Mayor, thank you. Just seeking everyone's indulgence, given our new code of conduct says not to be misleading or anything, I've just gone back through my emails whilst listening to the debate, and I was, there's quite a few that I've received in sort of July 2018, which is sort of why it didn't twig immediately. So I've now got additional context for what's been happening since then, or during that period. I haven't had any since sort of November 2018. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone else wishing to speak on this one? If not, I will go to the mover to close, noting that we have the foreshadowed motion as well. Councillor Earhart.
Look, I don't think there's anything more to add to this. I think that installing the bollards there will alleviate or help alleviate the situation there where there's retribution or whatever it is in the cause of the most recent incident of tearing up the front area through there. I think that, this is a small and simple way and a cheap in terms of things, $1,000 to just, help alleviate this and cause, try and cause a little bit more harmony in that section of the industrial area.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That is Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Earhart, Councillor McKenna, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson and myself. Those against, Councillor Clark, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Gray and Councillor Palmer. So Councillor Earhart's motion is adopted. Thank you, councillors. Next item that was pulled was the next one, 10.3.4. 10.3.4 MRC Council meeting minutes on page 337. Councillor Johnson, what would you like to do here?
Thank you. Just to move the recommendation, please. Make a few comments.
Do I have a seconder for this? Councillor Clark, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you for that. As always, it's a pleasure to represent the city at the EMRC. We've got the minutes here to approve from the March meeting. It was another cracker of a meeting. I highly recommend them. They're very entertaining. At this meeting, you know, we passed the normal business that you can read in the minutes, you know, the code of conduct and whatnot. We did have quite a lot of conversation about a motion from some councillor, Councillor Congerton, and I'll just touch on some of those items briefly, if I might. Some of it was about accelerating the process of reviewing the establishment agreement. I didn't support that motion when it was presented because I was fearful that it would be a rushed process, that proposing to review the establishment agreement by this June. So I believe that process is underway at the moment. One of the other motions, or two of the other motions, dealt with distributions of funds to member councils from the secondary waste reserve, which is a pot of money. When we take our rubbish to the EMRC, we pay them some money to take it as a gate fee and some additional funds which go into a secondary waste reserve for the purposes of waste reduction and waste treatment processes in the future. So the motion is to distribute funds from the secondary waste reserve, which has accumulated over several years, back to member councils. Again, I didn't support that on the floor of the meeting because I didn't think it was in the best interest of the EMRC, which is my job there. But naturally, I'm required to support that under the Local Government Act because it is now a decision of council. So there will be funds being paid to the City of Bayswater from the EMRC, and the amount of those funds I'm not entirely sure at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll let my comments on the audio from the EMRC stand in relation to what was a vigorous debate.
Thank you, Councillor, for that. Anyone wishing to speak against or want to make any comments? Yes, Councillor Sutherland.
So I read in it, did you people pass for a code of conduct and a complaints officer?
If the mover or seconder wish to respond.
Yes.
Okay. So that was done this month, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Or in March last month.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for that. If no one else has any other queries, I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That is Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Gray, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Clark, Councillor Earhart, Councillor McKenna, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Palmer and myself. Those against, Councillor Sutherland. That is adopted. Thank you, everyone. Next item that was pulled is item 10.4.2. 10.4.2 on page 371, proposed to additional single-storey group dwellings, alterations and additions, lot 226 10 Falkirk Avenue, Maylands. That was pulled by Councillor Peterson-Pick. What would you like to do, Councillor?
I just wanted to vote against it.
Okay, thank you. Do I have someone who wishes to move this? Thank you, Councillor Earhart. Do I have a seconder for this one? Yes, thank you, Councillor Sutherland. Councillor Earhart. Sorry, did you wish to speak on this, Councillor?
Sorry, getting late, forgot I was on mute. I've got nothing to add, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Sutherland?
No, I've got nothing much to add. I think it'll bring it's a good development and it's be a good addition to the street.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peterson-Pick, did you wish to speak on this?
Yeah, just briefly. The reason that I am going to vote against is because of the impact on trees. The proposal is considered to result in 66.3% hard stand within the front setback area in lieu of the maximum 50% hard stand as permitted by the R codes. This is from the city's officer's report. The proposed development proposes a variation to the city's trees on private land and street veggies policy. It doesn't provide a minimum of one standard tree with a tree growth zone of 2-meter radius. The development proposes to remove 12 mature trees. This council has been criticized recently significantly because of the loss of trees in our area. We said over and over again that most of it is not in our control, which is true. Lots of it happened because of the state government projects. A lot of it happened on private property. But we do have a situation here that we are being asked to support variation from our own policies. And this is where I do have a problem. We can't control what WAPC does with subdivisions. We can't control the state government, but we can control, when it comes to those decisions, obeying and following our policies. And it is a massive issue. So on the basis of that, I will not support the recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor. Did you want to foreshadow anything?
I would like to foreshadow something I haven't thought about, but it will be approving the application. Perhaps I will, if we do come to a foreshadow, perhaps I will go to the officers. I don't necessarily want to reject the application, but I do think we should follow our policies. So I'm not sure how we can do that.
Okay, so it'll be approval with the condition to meet the policy requirements.
Yeah, if this is an option, yeah.
Okay, I'll just go to the director to respond to that.
Just through the chair, just to clarify the city's requirements regards to trees, the actual code's requirements, or the city's requirements, sorry, in relation to trees, is that it's one standard tree per dwelling. In this particular instance, the first house 10A has one standard tree plus 2 small trees. So it's more than what's required in regards to that particular dwelling. In regards to house number 10B and 10C, instead of having one standard tree each, they've got 2 small trees each. So what's the officer's recommendation is that one of the 2 small trees for the front house to have a standard tree. So it'll be 2 standard trees plus 1 small tree for the front house. And that's a condition of the approval that's recommended.
So my question, if I can, through the chair, my question to the officers is why does our policy only talks about 1 standard tree if the city does support 2 small trees as a replacement?
It's through the chair, it's actually a policy requirement, not our codes. And in regards to the actual, in this particular instance, we felt that because it's a heritage listed property, we're trying to encourage balance that together with the trees with planting. But as I said, effectively, it's 2 small trees versus one stand tree for the 2 rear dwellings.
Have they retained any of the mature trees on site?
No, as far as I understand, no.
Okay, so this is the issue. Okay, so if it was a standard tree, they might have changed the plans. So the city is deviating from the policy that the city proposed. So for me, through objecting to this, I would like to raise concerns why we are deviating, why we're not consistent, why we have rewritten the policy in that way. So yeah, I can foreshadow supporting it with a different condition.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I'll go to Councillor Clark and then Councillor Gray.
Mayor, I just wanted to ask a question. So looking at page 387, there seems to be most of the, what I presume are existing trees at the front. First question is, have they already been chopped down? And second question is, can any of them be kept and still meet the overall sort of objective of what they're trying to do? Or have they been chopped down because you need the turning circle and the 2 parking spots at the front, given you're losing the back?
Go to the
Yeah, through the chair. I'm not sure whether it's dropped down already, but basically, as with most proposals, we should try to retain as many trees as we can with what the legislative requirements we've got to play with. In this particular instance, it was to balance the policy requirements together with the heritage. And there's actually, in net effect, there's more trees proposed to what's required, other than they are small versus standard trees.
Okay. Councillor, I'll go to Councillor Gray and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Benson.
Thank you. I understand that this meets, requirements, and if we were to not grant approval, they're likely to take it further and get it anyway. But I just wanted to make a comment that when I added up the tree canopy that would be lost, or that will be lost, it's an absolute tragedy, and we need, it highlights the need for us to incentivise keeping mature trees on properties rather than having them cut down. This is an absolute tragedy to see this much tree canopy lost and replaced with single-storey housing and hardstand and little lemon trees. It's awful. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peterson-Pitt, query?
Sorry, just a follow-up question to the director. And what happens if, this is a general question about any development, what happens if after they do plant those little trees, they die and they don't replace them? Or after a year, they remove them? What happens then?
To the director.
Through the chair, strictly speaking, if it becomes to the city's notice that conditions or plans haven't been complied with, the city can pursue action against the developer.
Has the city ever done something like that?
Not as far as I can recall in regards to trees, no.
Thank you for that. Anyone else wishing to speak on this one? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. Councillor Howell.
Yeah, this one stuck with me, and I'm presuming it's no longer the same owners as when the last time this came to council. But it strikes me because when this did come to council, and it was in when was that? It was in about July last year, actually, when this came to council, because the then owners had bought it, and then it was listed. It was listed as a Category 3 on the Heritage Register. Those owners just wanted to demolish that house and build a family home, which would have retained all the trees. They've obviously sold it to a developer now who's going to retain the heritage, but in order to maximise the potential of the block or whatever they're planning on doing with it, they have to remove trees to put in the driveway and the access. With this one, I kind of feel like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. And it does feel very much like it's the one or the other scenario. It's the heritage or it's the trees. And in an ideal world, we'd be able to preserve both. But the reality is that they tried one way to get a house there, but couldn't because it was listed on the Heritage Register. And I'm assuming that it's been sold, and then this is now what comes to us, and we're going to lose the trees from it. No one ever wants to lose trees, but the reality is it's out. If you are subdividing a block of land, then to keep the heritage house and to access the rear of the block, they have to take out a couple of trees.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That's Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Earhart, Deputy Mayor. Those against, please raise your hands. That's Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, you missed Councillor Johnson.
Okay, I'll recommit this. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That's Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Earhart, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson. Thank you. Those against, please raise your hands. That's Councillor Clark, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Gray, Councillor Palmer, and Councillor McKenna, and myself. So that is lost, and we'll now go to the foreshadowed. Councillor Peterson-Pick, if you want to... May need some assistance from the director.
Yes, please. What can we do to achieve what I was talking about? Which actually will meet our policy, but still supporting the development. In the hope that they will decide to keep one of the mature trees as a standard trees instead of planting a new standard tree. This is the hope.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm just trying to find, there was a condition about changing, I think it was condition 8. Tree. Condition 8 could be amended. So the first part stays the same for trees, and associated tree growth zones should be provided in accordance with the landscaping plan and the arborist report prepared by Arbo Plus and dated 11 March 2021, provided there's a minimum of 1 standard tree per dwelling. Then will comply with the city trees and private property policy.
So sorry, Director, can you please repeat it? This is which section?
Condition 8.
Condition 8.
The first half of that condition stays the same. So pretty much trees, etc., up to March 2021, comma, provided that there's a minimum of 1 standard tree per dwelling provided on the property to the satisfaction of the City of Bayswater.
And that is in accordance with our policy?
That's correct.
And what will be the impact if we were to change the hard stand also to follow the ARCODs? Is that something that easily can be done?
Just going through just looking at the plans. It's hard to say. It needs to be redesigned, that front part.
Okay. I will leave it with that at this stage. So
Okay.
this is the motion.
Can we please get the amended Lim 8 distributed so councillors can see what the amended Lim 8 will look like? And so the remainder of the motion on the table will be identical as the officer's recommendation. So it's only Lim 8 that's being proposed to be amended.
Through the chair, could the director please read that Lim 8 out again?
I couldn't hear that one word.
Okay, I'll try again. So the first half of that condition stays the same. So it goes from trees and associated tree growth zones up to March 2021, or that part from the existing condition stays. Then put comma, provided that you want to just put that in first, Karen? Okay, sorry. Provided that a minimum of 1 standard tree per dwelling is provided on site to the satisfaction of the City of Bayswater. That's it. Thanks.
So this is the new Lim 8. Councillor Peterson-Pick, can you confirm it's what you'd like to move, plus the entire rest of the motion?
Yes. Yep. One small change.
Do I have a seconder for this one? Councillor Palmer, seconding. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Thank you. I would like to thank councillors, or those councillors who supported this alternative motion and support the tree canopy. We can't do a lot, but we can at least follow our own policies. I think that is the very minimum that we can commit for our community. And for me, the most important thing here is beyond that standard tree or small tree is to signal to the city that this is what we want to do. We want to follow the policies. If there are issues with the policies, bring it back, we'll change them. As long as we have the policies, we should follow them. We should have bigger trees instead of small lemon trees. Heritage and trees can live together. I don't see that contradict each other, two separate issues. Just a comment about the issue with the heritage that came to us last year. Just for councillors to know that when we considered the heritage aspect last year, at the same time, and Councillor Erhardt, you may recall, you actually pointed out to me during the meeting, at the same time when we considered it, they already, the owners advertised subdividing the lot to 4 units. At the same time, when they asked to remove the heritage. So I'm not sure, we don't know what was their original intention, whether to live with that house with all the mature trees, but we do know, in fact, that they did actually advertise to sell that land at the same time when they wanted us to move the heritage category. But this is separate. We can do what we can do with the trees. This council are still trying to advance our policies, as we know, to provide more benefits and carrots for those who do keep the mature trees. Until then, we can keep and do what we can have through our policies.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I agree with everything that Councillor Pick has said, especially that it's our policy and we need to be seen to following that. And we need to be seen to have the backbone to do that. And also the fact that this scheme heritage was there, and even when the applicant went to, not us, but the application was referred to the Department of Planning, Lands and Heritage, who declined to comment. And that's very interesting when you saw what was advertised previously. So I'm happy that we're agreeing with that we are, ahead. We want to see development, but at the same time, we want to be sensitive to our policies and trees. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against this? If not, I will put this straight to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That is Councillor Erhardt, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Clark, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Gray, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Johnson, Councillor McKenna and myself. Those against, Councillor Sutherland. So the amended motion is adopted. Next item that was pulled is item 10.4.7. Item 10.4.7, draft Burt Wright Park concept plan on page 462. This is pulled by Councillor Johnson. What would you like to do, Councillor?
I was, thank you. Just to move the officer's recommendation, make a comment, and also I think I need to make a declaration of interest that I do obviously know many of the people who have worked on this project.
Sorry, I'll just get that declaration of interest and I'll get a seconder. Can you just repeat that? Is that an impartiality interest?
My apologies. Yes, it's an impartiality interest. I know a number of people that have worked on this project.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor McKenna, are you?
I'll also declare an impartiality interest.
Yep.
There's a garden here that Bendigo Bank have supported with one of the organisations in there, but it's fairly direct and happened a while ago. So I'm declaring it an impartial interest to know that Bendigo Bank has put money to one of the groups. I forget whether the Bayswater Rollers or it's in the report, I think. But I'm just saying it's impartial.
Okay.
For the garden, one of those small gardens they're putting.
Yep.
Yep.
That's fine. Councillor Clark?
Oh, Mayor, I was just wanting to second it.
Okay, I'll just check. Councillor Earhart, are you declaring an interest?
I'm not declaring an interest, but I'm just going to ask permission just to leave the meeting for a few minutes, just due to my back.
That's fine, no problems. Thank you. Councillor Clark seconding. Okay, Councillor Johnson.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to move this one if I could, and congratulate the staff and all of the community members who've worked together to work up a long overdue coordinated plan for this space that looks really exciting. Yeah, pleased. And it's also going to be paid for. It's not going to cost the city any more because it's being paid for at about our funds for the area.
Thank you for that. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. I'd like to echo Councillor Johnson's views on this. I think this is a fantastic plan. It's a credit to the staff that have initiated it. I think part of it also is that the responsiveness of the staff in terms of realising that there were a lot of really good ideas and they obviously needed to all fit together and work together. And then also thank you to all the community groups that use this space. I think it's a really good showcase of how community groups can all use one space together in a really positive fashion. I think it'll make a really big difference to the Basie Town Centre at a time when it really needs a refresh and a lot of activation and positive work going into it. So thank you to everyone.
Councillor, anyone wishing to speak against this? No, I will put this straight to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. And that is unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Next item that was pulled was the next one, 10.4.8. 10.4.8 on page 469, draft City of Bayswater Town Centre Destination Marketing Strategy. This was pulled by Councillor Johnson. What would you like to do, Councillor?
Good question. I just note that I think just to check that the report in this agenda has been updated and we've got an amended version. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe that's so. I'll just double check with the CEO.
Yeah, that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Just to note that. Look, I'm happy to move the author's recommendation and just make some comments in the report.
Thank you. Do I have the seconder? I think Councillor Palmer just got in there. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Look, this report's about our town centre destination marketing strategy. Lots of people have had their say and worked with a team of great professionals to put it together, including our own staff. It brings together lots of bits and pieces that have been going on in the city and in our community in a way that we can, brand our town centres better, more cohesively identify them and market them and support our businesses, of course, and grow our healthy, strong communities. So, I think that's exciting. There's a couple of things on the Bayswater one which I have expressed already my concerns about, and because, and I think I've been quite satisfied with our officers' responses, that our town centre in Bayswater is in such a state of transition. I really wanted to, I really hoped that the marketing plan for this area would sort of support it as it changes from, essentially a construction site now, in holding all the pieces together, like in the, Burt Wright Park. All of our community and businesses can work together and into a sort of a bright future after in the post-construction stage. So essentially, I'm satisfied that will be able to achieve that. There's some of the language in there that confuses me. I struggle with the concept of a high street in Bayswater. I would really like to see that as a more inclusive area, not just one street. That doesn't quite ring true to me about Bayswater, but I certainly love some of the comments that people have made in this report about Bayswater and what it means to them, and you know, people talking about how they want a bubble tea shop, or it was so exciting being part of the process. I wanted to run for council. So, you know, I think we've sort of touched on some really good stuff in this report, particularly around the Bayswater one, just with some concerns about the language and the hashtags. But, you know, I have some comfort that the hashtag only works if you all use it, and that can be developed further. So I'm not going to get stuck too much on that.
Thank you, Councillor. Just before I go to you, Councillor Palmer, I think Councillor McKenna.
Yeah, look, and on this one, I'm also declaring an impartial interest, because I was reading it as the other town sites as well as an interest in common. So I will stay in votes on impartial interest, but I will be declaring an interest when we talk about the one I missed is the Bayswater Town parking strategy, which that's the one I'm waiting for. The parking centre, the parking update, I'll be declaring a financial interest in that, because it's a little bit different if I think as sure. To. So this one's impartial, because I was reading as all the town centres as something in common.
No problems. Thank you for that. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do congratulate our officers, all those people involved with the strategic pillars. Honestly, it's just a breath of fresh air to see where we're going with everything here. And I just feel with the streetscape, which is very strong in our Morley Activity Centre. It may have delayed slightly because Galleria hasn't sort of brought forth the dates and so forth for their upgrading, but we have actually gone ahead with small groups that, you know, sort of do an activity area within Morley to process this, and they don't get paid for it. These little groups like Morley Momentum, and even in Naranda Vibes, and then you've got Lace in Maylands, all of these little groups of people enliven this whole strategy, marketing strategy. And I'm hoping that the word marketing does come strong within this, because that is where all of these different sites, town centres thrive. We need marketing. You can't build on it unless people can market. But I think I congratulate the staff for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against this one? Yes, Councillor Sutherland.
Sorry, I'm always a killjoy. I listened to that when we had the consultation. I thought it was very good and some great ideas, but I personally, I'm not going to support this. Number one, I just feel it's a lot of money, and I really do fail to see how it's going to add vibrancy to Morley or any of the other town centres for that matter. How I see it is town centres sort of evolve. I think Maylands is, and I think they said on the night, that's sort of the one that's most advanced, and that has got a name around the area. So, you know, we talk to people that are living in the area, but when you're outside of Bayswater, they don't think, oh, Morley's a destination to go to, unless they're going to the Russell Inn or the Galleria or maybe Coventry's. So I would rather spend the money in planning and getting more businesses or government offices into Morley in particularly. And yeah, I really can't think this is a good way of spending money. I do appreciate the officers spent time on this, but I'm not going to support it. I know I'll be in the minority, but I just had to have my say on that one. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
I just wanted to speak in favour of this. I think my favourite bit of it is actually on the updated page 32, where the quote from David Lee of the Baysy Rollers is, Bayswater Town Centre is on the brink of a renaissance. And I think that encapsulates it for me, because I think what is happening organically in the Bayswater Town Centre is this connection with art and music and culture. So even though a lot of what's driving that is the coffee shops and a small bar with King Som, I think given the organic events that have been organised in the last couple of years, whether it's the history tours that were done, our very own Monica Main as an actor walked around the town centre, giving a history tour, through to the Basie Rollers Festival, which I would love to see again. I daren't mention it to anyone in the Basie Rollers because whenever I bring it up, they all collapse with exhaustion still. So I think perhaps the city, we need to have a think about how we facilitate that again without making everyone feel exhausted by organising it, but also new spaces being used in really innovative ways like the Laneway Art Space. Unfortunately, a lot of the art classes are on when council's on, otherwise I'd be down there trying to learn how to paint. I think that's just fantastic. I think what this document does as well is it's the beginnings of how we get into that economic development space and how we do that in a way where we're not running a business, we're not necessarily giving landlords rates exemptions, but we're actually facilitating and helping what is a grassroots sort of movement that features in all the other areas. And I think one of the things that the Mayor reminded me about a couple of years ago is that Maylands actually is the most developed in this sort of space, but that has taken a decade of work from the city to build up. That has taken a lot of work from the businesses who have been very unified and organised to sort of demand what they want. So I think we'll get there with Bayswater. I think this is a really good step forward with that.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against? Does anyone want to add anything? No, I'll go. Sorry, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I just want to make a comment that I agree that it is a lot of money. $200,000 is a lot of money. I will be supporting this though. However, I do want it to be on the record that I think when we do these type of campaigns and strategies and spend significant amounts of money, I would like to see some outcomes or an evaluation or something that shows me, is this money well spent? So I do hope that after this is all spent and everything's implemented, that it comes back to us and we see if we got value for money. That's it.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor. Point well made. I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you. I really like some of the points that were raised about how this is the start of our sort of economic development and the other missing, not missing parts, but the other bits that can build off that about making our town centres stronger. I love the descriptor of Maylands as quirky and arty and urban grip, and as Bayswater is surprising and creative and friendly. It has a bit of grit at the moment. And Morley as multicultural, retro and suburban grit. And I just sort of mentioned sort of in closing the way that the report really identified some businesses that are really key and fundamental in our in each suburb and make them really unique. So I look forward to a strategy that pulls all that together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That is Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Gray, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Palmer. Sorry, Deputy Mayor, does your hand go? Yeah, and the Deputy Mayor. Those against, Councillor Sutherland. So that is adopted. Councillors, we now move to the next item that was pulled, which is 10.4.11. 10.4.11 on page 620, Reconciliation Advisory Committee Community Member Resignation. This was pulled by Councillor Gray.
Yeah, I just want to move the officer's recommendation, but I just wanted to put on record our thanks to...
I'll just ask for a seconder.
Seconder, sorry.
For someone who can second this, Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Gray.
Thank you. I just wanted to put on record our thanks to Ms. Pearl Chalupka for her work on the Reconciliation Advisory Committee, and we wish her well in her future endeavours. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor? Nothing to add. Anyone wishing to speak against this? I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That is Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Gray, Councillor Clark, Deputy Mayor Councillor Johnson, and myself. Those against, Councillor Sutherland. So that is adopted. So, okay.
Yeah, 1051 financial interest.
Yes, thank you.
Again, Chairman of Bendigo Bank with offices in King Williams River and 83 Watley Crescent.
If Councillor McKenna can be placed in the waiting room, that would be great. Thank you. 10.5.1 on page 630, Bayswater Town Centre car parking update. Do I have a mover? This was actually pulled by Councillor Johnson. Councillor, what would you like to do?
Thank you. Just move the officer's recommendation, please.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for this one? Don't have it. Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I just want to move this and thank the city staff for the work in this space. It was really interesting having a read about how our parking is utilised, and exciting to see the prospect of a new car park being developed sometime soon. So, I think our businesses and community will really appreciate this, and I thank the officers for their work.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo Councillor Johnson's comments. I think, though, we're going to need to keep revisiting this, and I think it's probably a lesson for others in the city when we start looking at the other train stations as well. I mean, it would have been nice if, as part of Metronet, there was actually some parking built, which has been done in other train stations. It's unfortunate that there's sort of an assumption that where we might have higher density, that will somehow everyone will automatically turn to riding bikes. I just don't think that's actually going to happen. I think it will slowly, people will ride bikes more often, but I can see Councillor Johnson shaking her head at me. But I think let's be realistic about how people are using the space and will use the space. I'm also conscious that we're going to need to look at how pedestrians use the space. It's going to feel, the new train station is going to be, it is going to be really big. It's going to feel really big. There's going to be a lot of buses. I already have some concerns about how pedestrians and bikes and cars and trucks going under the bridge are using the space. It doesn't feel safe at the moment. I've had some residents raise that concern with me. So I think we're going to have to keep on this, and I thank the city for providing the update, but I think we're going to have to keep fixing this. And it's not just our problem to fix as well. I feel like we've been lumped with fixing a parking problem that we didn't have before this, and it's an issue that we raised consistently all the way through in the early consultations, and we're yet to really nail this one. So I look forward to more work on it.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against this one? Anyone want to add anything? I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. And that is unanimous. Thank you, councillors.
Mr. Mayor, I've just received communication from Councillor Palmer. Her computer battery has died, so hopefully she'll rejoin us soon.
Yes, thank you for that. We'll keep on ploughing through, I think, councillors. Item 10.6.1.2, Councillor Johnson has a financial interest on this one. So if Councillor Johnson is able to be placed in the waiting room, that would be great. Thank you. Uh, 10.6.1.2 on page 652. Bayswater Waves operating performance 31 March. Do I have someone who will move this one, officer's recommendation? Anyone wanting to move this one? Councillor Gray moving, Deputy Mayor seconding. Councillor Gray.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything to say. It's just for noting. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Deputy Mayor.
Nothing to add.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to speak against this one? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That is unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Next item is 10.6.2.1. Oh, yes, thank you. Councillor Johnson, the officer's recommendation was adopted. 10.6.2.1 is the next one. This was pulled by Councillor Gray. It's on page 661. The local draft homelessness strategy 21-25 implementation plan. Councillor Gray, what would you like to do?
I'd like to move the officer's recommendation, please.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for this one? Councillor Clark. Councillor Gray.
Thank you. This has been a while coming. I'd like to thank Councillor Clark for her initiating this project. We've had some great input from community organisations involved in this committee, and you'll see them listed in the report. I hope that all councillors have had an opportunity to read through it. There are some great initiatives in here. The pillars that the committee landed on are very relevant. There is a cost, and that it will have to be considered at budget time, but it's important to remember that if we can get to problems at a base level, look at problems that perhaps pervade some of our other services, rangers, security, all sorts of different things, that cost down the bottom is going to save money further down the chain. So I think it's an important thing to do, and I would like to recommend that you accept the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Gray, for chairing the committee. I think one of the wonderful unintended consequences of this was that we have built some amazing, or the city, I should say, has built some amazing relationships with service providers. I think early on, I don't think it's a stretch to say they turned to us and they thought, what are you doing? Why do you want us on a committee? What's going on? Due to the tact and the skill of the officers that we have at the City of Bayswater, that relationship has, over the last sort of 18 months or so, has become really strong and really useful. You know, they've given us really good expert advice on what the role of council should be in this space. And I fully expect that City of Bayswater will hopefully go on to win awards for this sort of work in terms of, well, what is it that council should be doing as opposed to state governments. I think the key will be in the implementation. The key will be in keeping the momentum going on it. I think it'll be, I'm looking forward to it being released for public comment and receiving the views, because when we first initiated this, I received a lot of emails, a lot of people who had ideas and wanted to help. And I think in hindsight, the only thing I'd change about this process is to incorporate more of that. But I was conscious of time and funds. And didn't want to make it too prescriptive. I wanted to see where the city was able to take this and was able to implement it. So thank you to everyone, and hopefully we can keep the momentum going and implement all of the actions.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak against this one? Councillor Palmer?
Oh, not against, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I've just joined you because my battery was flat.
No problem.
Apart from my head. And look, I'm part of this committee and I applaud Lorna Clark, Councillor Lorna Clark, for instigating this in the early days, and also for Councillor Stephanie Gray being part of this and pushing it forward. When you see the amount of charities and non-governmental people that are here that came to the city to help us to produce this homelessness committee, advisory committee, and the absolute strategy, I applaud not just the city, but also all of the people that gave their time constantly in attending the needs of the homelessness. And so I support it immensely. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Anybody else want to add anything? I will, sorry, yes, Councillor Sutherland.
Yeah, again, I'll be on the minority of one. I'm not going to support this. A couple of reasons. The biggest one, as I keep saying, the more we capitulate and say, oh, we've got to have these committees because the state government's not doing anything, the more the state government's going to handball things to us. We already, in my opinion, do enough. We've got government housing in which NGOs take over from state government because they don't want to pay for the rates, and so then we give them free rates, and then now we're doing this, which does cost money. The big bugbear I have, I've just found out that, since 2017 to 2021, the state government got millions of dollars from the federal government to put into social housing. And where do the state government put that into? Consolidated revenue. And we get nothing from that. And the vulnerable, people that need social housing don't get it. And I just keep going on and on. We've got to build more social housing. Well, we've got the money there, just do it. I can't agree with this. I see we've got so many NGOs here looking at, well, of course they're going to come in and help because they, want to be a bit of the part of the pie. But for the number we've got here, I think surely we could do, just that most of the police know these people where they are. We did that rough sleeping, and we hardly got any, about 12 or 11. Surely we don't need to have a homeless committee to look after that, or to be able to tell authorities how many people we've got. I just can't support this. It's more money, more money, more money all the time.
Thank you, Councillor. Anyone wishing to speak in favour? Anyone else want to add anything? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you. Councillor Sutherland, I completely understand your concerns, and I agree that a lot of responsibilities for state government have been handballed to local government. So I can understand your frustration with that. However, my first point is that homelessness is not only rough sleeping. Rough sleeping, just because we didn't find many rough sleepers on the count, doesn't mean that there's not a homelessness problem. Homelessness can mean couch surfing. It can mean older women that no longer have housing through to, from marriage breakups, and they're, surfing between different children's houses. So there's many different forms of homelessness, not just those sleeping rough. We're not providing, what this strategy aims to do is to coordinate information and give information to people, coordinate different types of agencies. It's going to cost money, but we're not pouring loads of money out for housing. We're just giving information, coordinating services. So yes, it might be a state government responsibility, but if we don't do it, who's going to? We're face to face with our community. We're the ones that know them best, and I think this is the least we can do. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That is Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Gray, Deputy Mayor, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. Those against, Councillor Sutherland. So that is adopted. That's all the items that I've listed that have been pulled on the subject of a deputation or an interest. So I'll ask if there is someone who will move the remainder of the items under item 10 on block. Do I have someone who will move that? Councillor Johnson to move the remainder on block. Do I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Johnson, anything? Councillor Palmer, anything? Anyone else? I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. And that is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. So now we move to 11.1. Item 11.1 on page 673. This is a notice of motion from Councillor Sutherland, parking at Kirkpatrick Reserve. moving as is, I presume, Councillor Sutherland?
Yeah. Okay,
just before you commence, I'll just ask if there's someone who will second this motion. Thanks, Councillor Palmer. Councillor Sutherland, please go ahead.
Okay, I put this motion up after a lot of thinking, basically 18 months of thinking about it, really. What I've found over the last 18 months or couple of years is more and more kids are parking or trying to park around the park, year 12s, and it's just having a bit of a detrimental effect to some of the people that are living closest to the laneway. So then if we fast forward to last year, we got Bramwell, we got some money from the state government as well as us, and we got that car park in Bramwell. And I was hoping that some of those year 12s would have parked there, but that hasn't worked quite exactly how I wanted it to either. So now they're gone back to the car parks and Kirkpatrick. And I just thought if we could have a trial for 6 months or 6 months maybe, to see what it would be like if we just had a 2-hour limit so the kids couldn't park there. Now, I know it's a public car bays, but there are some antisocial behaviour there with kids going there doing burnout, especially, and it gets worse as the year goes on because more kids get their licence, and you can't tell year 12s not to drive. They like to drive at school. So in my opinion, if the state government want to push the age back to compulsory education to 18, they have to start looking at putting car parks inside the school. The Bramwell and Widgie and Camboon are absolute disgraces between 3:30 and 3:45. You know, the other day I worked down for an experiment. It's supposed to take 2 minutes. It took me 15 minutes to get to Widgie Road. And then don't get me started on the street lights on the corner of Alexandra and Widgie. They're just not synced properly. So getting back to Kirkpatrick, I know the officers don't look like they're in favour of it, reading the report, and they talk about not having too many people complain. The problem is some of the elderly have complained to me, but they don't pick up the phone and complain to the officers. I know one has, but there's been a few near miss. There's a guy with the young kids just around the corner, and he's had a few near misses with the kids trying to go to the park and that sort of thing. So I just thought for peace of mind and the experiment, just to see what, you know, if it would make any difference and peace of mind for those people. So that's why I've put that up. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Palmer seconding she's having tech issues again. She's not online at the moment. Do I have someone else who will second this motion, given that she has? Thanks, Councillor Earhart. Would you like to add anything, Councillor? No. Anyone wishing to speak against this? Councillor Gray?
I'm not against the premise of trying to do something because, you know, I've heard the complaints too. I grew up opposite a school. I know exactly what parking issues are like, and I really feel for those residents. I'm just not sure that 2 hours is the right limit. There's also lots of people that use that car park for other reasons, not just the school. So my concern is that, you know, the little old ladies at the church group for, you know, 3 or 4 hours, how are we going to know that they're not students? How are they not going to be fined? Also, friends of residents, how are they not going to be fined for parking longer than 2 hours? It's more questions than objections to the motion. I do know, I am aware that something needs to be done. I also agree with Councillor Sutherland. I'm a bit annoyed with the department too. Exactly what you said. They raised the age and didn't provide for car parking for kids. I think Morley High School has a lot of parking on site that they could use. I'm just not sure that I can support 2 hours. I think it's going to disadvantage a lot of people, and what are we going to just fine the school kids? It's, yeah, a few hiccups in there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor.
I'm speaking against. So.
Okay, I'll just ask if there's anyone who wants to speak in favour. Okay, all yours.
Thanks. So I don't support this because I don't see it as a problem in terms of why are we restricting the timing for the parking bays when there's no usage issue in terms of the car parking. Even when the students park there, there's still other available car parking available. I consider ourselves lucky that in that area we've got the space that we have got public parking there, and if it assists Year 12 students parking there, I don't see the problem. No one's saying that the car park's full and it's resulting in the students parking on people's verges or on the street and creating any hazards. They're parking in marked parking bays, and there's still space left for visitors, for people visiting the church, for residents. So I don't see the issue. If the issue is they're hooning down there and they're speeding and there's near misses, I think there's other solutions for that, and that's a different problem. Timing the parking bays is not going, it doesn't fix that. It just creates, why do we want to make it harder for anyone to park? We have the space, let's use it. It's great for the kids that they've got free parking near the school. It's only Year 12s because they're the only one with the driver's license. They're already going through a stressful time in their last year of high school. I don't see an issue. And like I said, if there is an issue, it's not timed parking bays isn't the solution. Perhaps road design or something else is. So I don't support it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Anyone wishing to speak in favour on this one? Councillor Peterson-Pick, did you wish to add something?
Well, just quickly, just want to say that I'm not going to support it. Maybe the intention was positive, but I don't think that the E12 are they are also our residents. I don't think that we do need to push them away. They also have a right to park if they want to around the reserve, which is not far from the high school. So they're not the enemy in my perspective.
Thank you, Councillor. There's no one else who wants to add anything. I will go to the mover to close.
Okay, well, I did try. I knew that. I just want to make some comments about people using the park. During the week, I go down there quite a lot. There's hardly anybody. There's quite a lot of bays there. I did think about the friends of residents and also the people in the old age home church next to it on the other side. I mean, I don't know how many people use that for 2 hours or 1 hour or 3 hours, because I just never see anybody there except on the weekends, and obviously you wouldn't do it on the weekends. I know what people are saying about the Year 12s, but they do need to take responsibility. They turn there, after school, they take their lunch there, they have, all the food, rubbish is all over the park. They need to be responsible. And I feel that, again, the council is looking after a government job, a government, it's a government school. They should have the parking, not the residents putting up with the parking every day in, day out. And that's the reason I put this motion up, just for a trial. We've got the ones in Bramwell. I don't know why the Year 12s aren't made to park there, but for some reason the school won't do it. So we're stuck with a car park that's empty and still got clogged up roads during the week. So that was a waste of money to build that. So that was the reason I wanted to do that, just to try and promote the parking on Bramwell and leave those parks empty for other uses.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That's Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Ostaszewski and Councillor Earhart. Those against, please raise your hands. That is Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Gray, Deputy Mayor, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Johnson, Councillor Clark and myself. That motion is lost. So we now move to item 11.2. Item 11.2 on page 677. This is Councillor Peterson Pick's notice of motion, publication of written deputations. Councillor, I assume you're moving as is?
Yep.
Yes, do I have a seconder for this one, please? Anyone wishing to second this? Otherwise it'll lapse.
I'm just back. Sorry, which one, please?
Oh, sorry, it's 11.2.
This is, I think that's important. Yes, I'll second that.
You're seconding that one. Okay, thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pick, please go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. You saved this motion just at the last minute. Look, first of all, it's the best timing to speak about it just at midnight. Look, I thought it is actually quite a small minor issue when I raised it with the city, and I did try to resolve it behind the scenes. I wasn't able to. This is why I'm bringing this as a notice of motion. After reading the report, it showed me that we still need to advocate, and why we still need to advocate and discuss the public's right to have access to documents and information. Firstly, I want to clarify, this is not whether you support allowing written deputations or not at all. It's about publishing written deputations that we already allow for. If any councillor has an issue with the current practice of allowing written deputations, I encourage them to raise it at any opportunity, at the next workshop, at the next review of our standing orders. But this is not this motion. My issue is that simply that written deputations are being approved, and we are, as councillors, being asked to formally consider them when we make a decision. We had a few of those written deputations, just discussed them last week for this council meeting. But those deputations, even though they are regarded as official deputations under our standing orders, they're not being shared with the public. And I find it not transparent and a bit concerning. We refer to written deputations during our debates, but the public doesn't have any access to them. They don't know what we're talking about. And it is not my responsibility to forward it to them. It does need to be on the website. The only thing that the public knows is the list of those written deputations. They can't have access to them. Anyone who submits a deputation should be, anyone who submits a deputation should be fine with that deputation to be published. This is why they're submitting a formal written deputation and not just sending an informal email to councillors. And I'm referring to some of the comments that the officer made. At some stage, I do recall that the chair used to read written deputations, but I fully understand why we stopped that practice. It does take too long. So at the very least, we should have them available online. The city raised in the report some concerns that I personally haven't heard previously. Many of them, in my view, can be dealt very easily and administratively by the city. For example, they can prepare a template for those who want to submit a written deputation. The form can ensure that no personal details are provided there, if this is an issue indeed. And it can also ensure that simple emails are not going to be considered as written deputations. It can also remove any liability from the city if it is a concern. You can have that as a sentence, you don't bear any liability. I am concerned that actually some people might be exploiting the situation and they will submit with their deputations knowing that no one else can see them besides us. I also recall that the city used to put some of the deputations on the website a while ago, but I today tried to have a look at all deputations lists, but noticed that all of them before June 2019 were removed for some reason from the website. So I couldn't actually confirm that, unfortunately, and I'm not sure why all those deputation lists have been removed. What I'm suggesting here is very easy to do. The city already sends us one file with all the written deputations before each council meeting, so that file can easily be uploaded on the website. So all our residents can see what we see and understand what we speak about. Those deputations shouldn't be kept secretive and confidential because they are simply not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll now move to the seconder, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. I'll be very brief. Even in the last few weeks, we've had issues where people want to do a deputation. They've been given in writing, and that's good. And that's where they stay, within the four walls of chambers. And their views are sort of publicly expected when they're sitting on that microphone. I just feel that that microphone is public, but given a written deputation from one of the ratepayers and then just sitting with us isn't really good enough for public expectations. And I think also the local government review that we've had over the last 10 years or so, that really puts in openness as a word that's very sort of generally expected, but is very precious. And if we can actually endorse written deputations, which in this day and age is just a matter of dictating to a machine and it comes up and then we just sub-edit, you know, that thing. So it's not a lot of secretarial work as such. Most people give it written and we take it, and that should be printed publicly. So I'm happy to support that, and I thank Councillor Peterson-Pick for bringing this up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Mayor, I had a couple of questions that I just want to clarify, either for the mover or for the city, or both, I don't mind. So my first was around defamatory material. So at the moment, it's at the discretion of the presiding member to essentially stop someone from speaking and cease the deputation. So I assume a process could be put in place where someone's checking for that, but I'm conscious that then that perhaps is not the presiding member. Is that manageable, and do other councils do that? That's the first question. I don't know if you want me to go through them all. I've just got three.
Well, I think we'll ask the CEO to respond to that first one.
Yeah, through the chair, I'm not aware of any other councils that publish written deputations. I haven't gone and looked, but in my experience, I haven't known any council to publish written deputations.
My second question is then about privacy concerns. So currently, when someone gives a verbal deputation, they're expected to give their, well, it's unclear to me that some give their residential address and some just give their email, which I assume is to make them identifiable, but not necessarily disclose their residential address. Is that the intent? And would we have to redact residential addresses?
Yeah, through the chair. Normally we do publish the addresses and they normally get published. However, we've had some issues in recent times, and in consultation with the Ombudsman, we've agreed that we will no longer publish the addresses for privacy reasons. So we've made an internal change in relation to that. We will be amending standing orders to reflect that process when we next undertake that review of standing orders.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, and I know this happens at a federal level, but I'm not sure how we would do it, is if someone provides a written deputation but then says that some or all of it is confidential, what power or discretion do we have as a city or as a council to sort of turn around and say, well, no, that's not confidential? So for example, if someone puts something in that's commercial in confidence, or a CCC related allegation, or does that then fall under how we determine items that are confidential or not?
Through the chair, under the existing deputations process, we don't have an ability to do that. The deputation is normally someone standing up and speaking to an item. We don't normally hear confidential deputation. So in that sense, we wouldn't be able to do it. And if an item is considered to be confidential, it's usually distributed to elected members as a confidential item, and councillors can deal with that in whichever way they deem appropriate. But there's no provision under our standing orders or the Act to allow for confidential deputations at this point.
Okay. Deputy Mayor?
May I ask a question through the chair? Is it where in the Act does it stipulate the local government must accept written deputations?
Through the chair, there isn't anywhere that says we must accept a written deputation. Under our standing orders, we can accept a deputation. That's the discretion of the presiding member and the council.
Thank you.
Any councillor wishing to speak on this? If not,
no, all I want to say, this is a big issue stuff that the BASE gets involved with. I'm not supporting it because I just can't see the relevance to anything really.
Okay, thank you. I think Councillor Clark wishes to speak on it now.
Yeah, just briefly, I'll speak in favour of it. I think so long as those three areas, defamatory and obviously, highly inappropriate, are classed as not just defamatory material, but material that is obviously offensive and inappropriate, and then privacy concerns and confidential items I can see a way through that could be dealt with over time by the city, acknowledging though that may have some additional administrative burdens, but I can see the value in making this process public. It might take us a while to get there, perhaps, but obviously, if it's in our standing orders, and if we've got this legal scope to do it and manage those issues around defamatory material, privacy, and confidential, not breaching anyone's confidence, then I think we should do it.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other councillor wishing to speak on this one? If not, I will go to the move. Yes, Councillor Earhart.
Yeah, look, I understand, but I don't at the same time, because so we're going to have ones that either can't be bothered or don't have the time to come in. They can write in what's essentially an email for us to record in the minutes, but the ones that come in to do a vocal deputation while it's recorded on the audio, that's not going to be recorded in the minutes. And while I understand it's not equitable either way to not record the written deputations and only record the only record the vocal ones on audio, or vice versa, we're not going to get that equity with it. I'm just struggling to understand sort of like the balance between those two. Is putting aside this current thing, they're written deputations by themselves. I don't understand that anyway, because that's just an email as far as I'm concerned. And that is something that the purveyor, or not purveyor, but the person who writes can distribute freely to all councillors or some councillors, whatever they wish. And then the control is up to them as to who reads exactly what they write and if they want to share their details, etc. So I'm kind of struggling with not the principle of this, because I do agree, if somebody takes the time to write in, then they should be, if they put something in writing, then their words should be held just as accountable as ours. It's just that equity between the verbal deputations versus the written deputations. So I'm kind of struggling with that.
Thank you, Councillor. I will now go to the mover to close.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments. I'll be quick. Deputations are not confidential, as was mentioned. They're not confidential under the standing orders, but we do regard them as confidential. This is the problem. This is the essence of the problem that I'm presenting here. We don't have to accept them, but we do accept them. So the question is, if we do accept them, why are we keeping them secret? All the issues, as I mentioned before, I believe that they can be dealt with administratively with a form or in a different way. what is important is the principle. Now, just before that, Councillor Erhard, I just want to refer to your question or kind of concern. You regard it as an email. The issue to me, it's not an email. It is a written deputation, a formal one. It is on a list of deputations. People wanted us and wanted the public to know that they officially submitted a written deputation. Residents know how to email us privately if they want to. People want to put a written deputations, and I'm not sure that they actually know that others will not be able to see that. I do, how I actually started with this issue. Last year, one of the residents asked actually to see one of the deputations, and I told them, oh, just go on the website. And then I discovered for the first time, and I'm not sure many residents know that actually it's not on the website. So this is how I actually started to deal with this. And as I said, what is important, I think, for councils to consider is the principle here, not the administrative and all those other aspects. Whether we think that people, our residents, have the right to see those official written deputations that we are currently approving or not. Should it be available to the public or should it be kept away from the public? For me, this is the essence that we are talking about here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll now put this to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That is Councillor Ostaszewski, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Gray, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Erhard, Councillor Deputy Mayor, Councillor Piferetti, Councillor Palmer and myself. Those against, Councillor Sutherland. So that is adopted. Councillors, we now move to item 12.
I'm signing off. I've got to get up early in the morning.
It already is, Councillor, early in the morning. No problems at all. Thanks, Councillor. We now move to item 12, questions. Any questions to be raised? No questions, thank you. Now move to item 13. Any urgent business, councillors? No urgent business. So we now move to item 14. Got some matters to deal with behind closed doors. I'll ask if there is someone who will move to close the doors. Councillor Palmer moving, Councillor Gray seconding. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour, please raise your hands. That is that is unanimous. It is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Thanks.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
We've now gone behind closed doors. Yes.
Okay. I'm going to bow too. My back's having